How do you follow up a game like Final Fantasy IV? It's a testament to Final Fantasy IV that, after all these years of playing, I still think about its characters and plot developments on a daily basis. The dynamic between Palom and Porom, Tella's sarcastic yet caring nature, Cecil's shift from dark to light, Golbez taking advantage of Kain's love for Rosa. These are standout moments, and ones that Final Fantasy V fails to replicate in any meaningful way. But that's okay. In a 1992 interview with Five's dev team, director Hironobu Sakaguchi and scene director Kaizu Chocobo were asked if there was a lot of pressure to create something bigger and better than Final Fantasy IV. Believe it or not, the answer was no. They responded instead with post-release criticism of Final Fantasy IV, that some found the game too linear and even boring as a result. And even if 4 was well received overall, this series is always trying to do something new. Now, what does new mean? A new world, story, and characters, sure, but in the past, new has also meant a password system, job switching, hitting yourself to grow your stats, and the active time battle system. In this case, new means bigger. Final Fantasy V's team had 16 megabits of memory, up from 4's 8 megabits, and includes 4 times as many cutscenes. With that in mind, the series' 5th entry is a crystal with its own shine, a respite from the jaw-clenching, tragic moments that make up Cecil's journey. There's tragedy, drama, trauma throughout, but overall it's a far goofier journey, for better or worse. But new also meant a fundamental shift in the game's battle system, and it has nothing to do with active time. See, much of our lives are built around commitment. Most media portrays commitment as a romantic, lifelong effort, the peak of nobility. Find a partner to spend forever with, a career path to build your working years around, a community to build up and lead. Final Fantasy V says, F all that. Become a knight that can sing, a bard that can summon demons, a beastmaster that can fly. It completely breaks everything Final Fantasy has been up until this point, pushing the boundaries of what it means to take on a job. It takes Final Fantasy III's comparatively basic job system and breaks it wide open with far more jobs than you'll know what to do with, while retaining the ability to swap them at any time. Even better, 5 has you carrying over abilities between jobs to make your own super jobs. Allowing us this level of mixing and matching is a level of trust in the player the series has earned over 4 previous entries. If you were playing Final Fantasy V when it released, there was a very high chance you played at least one of the previous games, probably 4, and rather than worrying about overwhelming players with options, Square made 5 for the fans. The game gives you the reins now, rather than FF3's more guided experience, and have no fear, we'll be getting into all of it. I'm playing all of the Final Fantasy games for the first time in order, and documenting it on this channel. I invite you to come on this journey with me, whether you're new to Final Fantasy or a longtime veteran, by subscribing, commenting, and liking these videos to spread the word. This video is an in-depth look at Final Fantasy V, breaking down my journey through the game alongside its uses of humor, character, and trust in the player to provide a delightfully broken, one-of-a-kind experience that stands on its own. We'll talk about how it followed up the previous entry by trying something entirely different rather than rehashing the same thing, something Final Fantasy rarely, if ever, does. So sit back and grab a snack. This is the Final Fantasy that broke everything. Final Fantasy IV released on July 19th, 1991 for the SNES, and its focus on story and character development alongside the introduction of the ATB system made it a great success. Yet, after a 3-month break, Sakaguchi and co. were already back working on the next entry. Having shuffled some staff around, a mix of new hires and old, Sakaguchi began development thinking an 8 megabit cartridge, the same size as 4's, would be enough. Not only because this amount worked for previous projects, but because the team wanted to save on budget. Yet, as 4 continued to sell, the need to improve won out, and they ended up doubling to a 16 megabit cartridge. But what would they fill it with? Well, the team naturally thought to address 4's criticisms, but it's important to note that 4's success brought in a ton of new fans as well. Those players might want a more directed experience, and retrospectively, the series goes in that direction later on, so clearly it was the right choice, but at the time of 5's development, Square decided on a balanced approach, combining elements of 3 and 4 in an attempt to please fans old and new, while still introducing the innovations that Final Fantasy is known for. If you're a fan of the channel, you might remember me discussing Final Fantasy III's largely tying stats to job selection. With 5, they separate character and job growth for simplicity's sake, a decision we'll go a bit more into later. The game took about 7 months to develop, not including QA, and released on December 6, 1992. It ended up selling 900,000 copies in Japan on launch day, nearly 4.5 times more than FF4's launch day sales. 5 went on to sell over 2 million copies in its first 2 months, according to GamePro issue 45 in April 1993, more than Final Fantasy IV sold in its entirety in Japan. However, the game didn't make it over to the US until October 5th, 1999, almost 7 years later via its PlayStation port. It launched in Europe a few years later in 2002. And you won't believe the reason for this delay. Remember in my FF4 video when I said Square ported the West a nerfed version of FF4 because they thought we couldn't handle it? Well, 4 didn't sell well enough here to warrant a direct FFV port, so instead we got FF Mystic Quest, a stripped-down Final Fantasy that's laughably easy, or so they say. I haven't played it yet. Then, Mystic Quest's poor Western performance, alongside focus testers showing that 5 isn't accessible to average gamers, solidified Square's decision to delay the game. I exaggerate a bit as financial reasons, among other factors, also played a part, which you can learn about in Final Fantasy Union's incredible breakdown of the game's dev history, but they're not pertinent here as I'm more focused on the play experience. But despite all odds, Final Fantasy V eventually did make it west as part of the Final Fantasy Anthology in 1999. This PSX port wasn't the basic version of the game either, including new FMVs, the ability to quick save, and even a potential cameo from Cloud or Sephiroth, since FF7 dropped 2 years earlier. This is also when the game's main character, Butts, was renamed to Bartz, a much better choice in my opinion. The game has since received a GBA port with 4 new jobs, as well as a mobile port with new, in my opinion, worse visuals, some gameplay tweaks, and more. That version eventually released on Steam as well. But I played the Pixel remaster of 5 for this video, a Unity-based re-release with new pixel art, animations, environmental effects, a minimap, job and enemy rebalancing, alongside many other smaller changes. The script is based on 5's GBA port, with some added tweaking. However, it does lack the GBA's extra jobs and endgame dungeon for some reason. So if Final Fantasy V is to harness the gameplay of the odd Final Fantasy games in 1 and 3 and merge it with the story and character focus of the even games in 2 and 4, it should be the be-all end-all of classic Final Fantasy, no? Yet, when you read about the game today, you'll find lots of talk about how it's the more unknown title in the SNES trilogy, due in part to it simply being not as good. It's not like the game didn't get any praise or anything, but you might find a fair amount of conversations against it online, especially when compared to 4 and 6. And you also might find that those people just hate fun. I'm kidding, of course. Story and plot development do take a step back in lieu of the new job system, which some players understandably don't love. Characters are largely one-dimensional, the villain is evil just to be evil, but 5 is not without charming dialogue and genuinely hilarious moments. I enjoy spending time with these characters. We're on an adventure together. It feels like a classic D&D campaign. Even if the game's developments can get pretty dark if you really think about them, 5 doesn't linger on its bad moments very long, which can come off as lighthearted, especially when you consider 4. 4 can be funny as well, but its darker moments tend to linger. It really all comes down to what you prefer in these games, but if you take 5 for what it's trying to be instead of what it's not, I think you'll find something special in its own way. Now, let's get into the commentary. The game opens on a magnificent castle, holding on a pair of crackling torches within its tallest towers. A downward boom shot reveals a sleeping drake, while King Tycoon says goodbye to his daughter, Lena. He's flying his drake to check on the wind crystal, as the world's wind has simply stopped. Elsewhere, someone named Ferris notices the wind's absence, and elsewhere more, a man prepares to dive into a portal. Amongst these speechless introductions, the king arrives just in time to witness the wind crystal's explosion. Now, if you know anything about Final Fantasy, it's that crystals are pretty important, and one exploding can't be a good sign. Finally, we settle on our main character, Bartz, chilling out with Boko, his Chocobo. Definitely chillin' compared to our new friends. Bartz is a less elegant name than Cecil, his Final Fantasy IV ilk, which is fitting considering his less elegant appearance. Cecil was a Dark Knight working under a king. Bartz is just a guy, and that's an important distinction to make. It's not long before an earthquake shakes him into action, Square taking advantage of that Mode 7 right out of the gate, and the two run to check out a nearby meteor crash. On site, we see 2 goblins dragging Lena around. As we're about to learn, Bartz is a man of honor and won't allow such heresy. We quickly eliminate the two in the game's first battle sequence, which marks the return of the Active Time Battle System, or ATB. Introduced in Final Fantasy IV, ATB is a modified version of traditional turn-based combat. Battle participants have a bar that fills up based on their speed stat. Once full, you command your character. This system makes battles much more intense, as enemies constantly attack as their bars fill. Winning requires quick thinking and an understanding of your character's abilities. My Final Fantasy IV video goes into the ATB in much more detail, but the point is, 5 carries this system over rather than introducing a new one as Final Fantasy games sometimes do. We'll go into 5's nuances a bit later. The two characters introduce themselves, and while you're given the option to rename Bartz, I've kinda stopped renaming these characters after Final Fantasy III. Since Final Fantasy IV and onward are much more story-driven, I'll keep the base names to simplify the viewing experience. Lena surmises that the meteorite crash has something to do with the wind stopping and attempts to leave, but someone groaning piques their curiosity. That is important, of course, but I gotta find the game's first hidden chest. Okay, now we can walk over. The potential portal man from before introduces himself as Galuf, claiming to have amnesia. Turns out he crashed with the meteor and remembers nothing else. That is, until Lena mentions the Wind Shrine, which jogs his memory. He can feel it in his bones. The two set off to find it, with Bartz staying behind, recent events doing little to inspire bravery. Perhaps he's not as honorable as it seemed. Why is this man so content with just chilling out? Boko, on the other hand, was raised right, convincing Bartz to join the mission. And had the boisterous bird not intervened, Bart's inclusion in the plot may never have occurred. Suddenly, a hole in the ground opens up as we see Lena scream. The world collapses around us, and we find the two adventurers knocked out nearby, avoiding goblin ambushes in the process. Lena acknowledges that this is Bartz's second time saving her, while he assumes the meteorite is what's causing all these earthquakes. I believe there's something more going on. Either way, the landslides blocked the way to the Wind Shrine. Lena needs to find a way there. Bartz, much more confident this time, is coming with. claiming his dad always wanted him to travel the world. We get a bit of characterization as Galuf accuses Bartz of liking Lena, channeling a bit of Tella from Final Fantasy IV with his blunt read on those around him. These moments seem easy to brush over, but are important for establishing character personalities, how the characters are going to interact with each other, and how they'll react to situations we'll go through. But what I enjoy most is that Galuf is actually wrong here. Nothing throughout the game indicates Bartz having romantic intentions towards Lena, and acting out of the good of his heart rather than for some girl is refreshing, even if it took a bit of coaxing. And with this, Lena gives an inspiring talk as the game's theme plays, and we're off. Fortunately for us, the earthquakes have opened up a new cave entrance. While we have to ditch Boko, at least we're not trapped. Inside, we find the game's first healing spring, which concludes with a cute animation of Bartz throwing his fist in the air, always ready for more. The game has a lot of enthusiasm from the start. I've often heard that it's lighter in terms of tone, and I can see that in the setup. A classic adventure with friends, a style that the first and third games adopt specifically. We sneak up on a purple-themed pirate who opens a secret passageway and witness a pirate ship sailing despite the lack of wind. But how is that possible? Finally, the pirate-related imagery culminates in a pirate hideout, and Galuf suggests we steal the ship to escape, a scenario straight out of my friend's Dungeons & Dragons campaign. I can recall more than one time we've had to steal a ship to progress, which is fitting considering Final Fantasy's D&D-inspired origins, which I go over in my video on the first game. Sleeping pirates litter the hideout, making it easy to slip onto the ship unnoticed. But of course, we're caught right as Bartz grabs the wheel, by Ferris no less. This marks the point where all 4 of our intro characters meet up for the first time. That was pretty quick. I appreciate that the game is throwing us right into it. Lena reveals herself as a princess in an attempt to smooth things over, but Ferris, being a pirate, instead views this as an opportunity to hold Lena ransom. Pretty good pirate. Our 2 boys step up in defense, but what gives Ferris pause is Lena flashing her pendant to prove her royalty. This disturbs Ferris for some reason, causing him to throw us in the brig, the first and surely not the last time our party will be captured. The boys, who have both proven themselves to be a little bit more than stubborn by now, scuffle while Lena reveals to them she's after the Wind Shrine to find her father, reinforcing our mission despite the current situation. As night comes, we pan over to Ferris, pondering over that pendant in the captain's room. Turns out the pirate captain has the same one, which is certainly curious. The next day, the pirates prepare to set off for the Wind Shrine, assumedly to sell Lena back to her father. Though, from a player's perspective, more than enough mysteries have been set up to clue us in on something greater going on. This is quickly confirmed as Ferris orders the crew to untie us and shows off his dragon and so-called sibling, Sildra. The spiky-headed beast is how the ship sails without wind. You know, this might make Ferris one of the elites of this world. No one else in the world can sail around the ocean, unless they also happen to have one of these beasts, though Sildra seems a bit one of a kind. Interestingly, the game asks if it can sail to the Wind Shrine automatically. This may be a change in the Pixel remaster, but it's the first time I can recall a Final Fantasy game automating a process for whatever reason. Maybe it's an accessibility thing, but I find it funny that Square would take away control the very first time we're set off to sail. It's important that the player learns to navigate the open waters, as ships are a common form of travel throughout the game. It's even more odd when we realize this first water area is very limited, so I can't imagine anyone would get lost even if they're new to this type of game. Which was an important thing to consider back when Final Fantasy V came out, but let's be real, players were learning a lot more difficult games around this time, and I don't think they needed guidance on how to move around a little bit. We head to the Wind Shrine across the way as this absolute banger of a track plays, a common occurrence in these games I've come to learn. All Final Fantasy soundtracks are excellent so far, regardless of how I feel about the content of each game. We quickly find the King's Men, who reveal that monsters have taken over the shrine, and Sir Tycoon himself, which brings us to our first dungeon. This dungeon is standard Final Fantasy fare. Search for treasure as you move through the areas and fight off randomly spawning enemies. It's only a few floors before we reach our first boss, the Wing Raptor, but enough time for regulars to get back into the swing of things or for beginners to get the hang of it all. Such pacing, especially this early on, is vital. It tells players what they're getting into. By now, a player can decide if they're going to bail or jump on board for the long haul. We've seen a bit of story and a bit of gameplay before introducing the main conflict. Even so, it already set up an intriguing mystery. What happened to one of the world's elements, the wind? And why is the game mocking us with a wind-based boss up top the Wind Shrine? It's using wind-based attacks and everything. I guess we found another of the world's elites, able to harness the missing element. Too bad we have to kill it. I should note that so far, our party members are all standard people with basic attacks. There's no magic or any unique abilities, but the level up screen keeps showing this APB stat, even if no one's ever getting any points in it. What's all that about? Up top, we find the Crystal Room, and that familiar theme plays. If you're wearing headphones while watching this, note that the theme pans to the right as it gets higher and to the left as it gets lower. It's a neat touch, and I've never noticed this in any of the previous games. Again, it could just be a pixel remaster change, but it's a nice one nonetheless. As excited I was about that fact, we walk in to find the Wind Crystal has shattered. Its cocoon of vines and stone empty, with pieces scattered throughout the room. The king is nowhere to be found, but as any Final Fantasy fan knows, these crystals aren't just basic pieces of rock. They're almost sentient, and as important to the world as the sun or the moon. As if to emphasize this, we cut to the world's other crystals, the fire, water, and earth ones, as they begin to infuse our team with power. The fire crystal chooses Ferris, acknowledging his courage, the essence of flame. Lena is tied to the water crystal due to her devotion, the essence of water. Galuf, the earth crystal, thanks to his hope, the essence of earth. Lastly, the remnants of the wind crystal target Bartz, honoring his passion, the essence of the wind. It's with that our journey truly begins. The crystals have recognized our party as the chosen ones, and will soon bear witness to those consequences. King Tycoon appears from the Wind Crystal's remnants. He explains what a regular player already knows, that we're this universe's warriors of light. An evil has awakened, and it's up to us to stop it, before fading away into a purple-teal portal to Lena's dismay. This interaction opens up a load of questions. Is the king still alive? We all know that deaths in Final Fantasy are hardly certain, but if he is alive, where did he fade away to? What's his connection to the Warriors of Light? We don't have long to ponder these as the Wind Crystal's pieces shove their way into our team. With them, we gain the power of the Knight, Monk, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage, and the White Mage. 6 jobs from the first crystal. Enter the tutorial. We've got a cute little Chocobo teaching us how the game works. Cute animals make everything better. Just look at my dog here. Like, how can you not pay attention when she's on screen? I know, we're gonna see them. Oh. Of course they used a Chocobo to tell us how to play. Boko not only kicked off our plot by forcing Bartz to participate, but now he's teaching us as well. Is Boko the secret main character of Final Fantasy V? Basically, each crystal provides a set of jobs. Each job has its own weapon and armor limitations alongside abilities that unlock as you level the job up. What's cool is these abilities remain in your character's brain once mastered, meaning you can switch jobs and your character will still remember every ability they've learned. You can switch jobs at any time out of battle. Each one has its own ability and one free slot to pick from your overall ability pool. While a White Mage must equip one White Mage specific ability, the other one can be any ability they've mastered. It can be the jump ability from the Dragoon, or the focus ability from the Monk, or any ridiculous combination you can think of. Each character is an ever-changing multi-tool of power, a blueprint for your wildest job ideas. Lena is a Black Mage that can steal items, Bartz is a sword-wielding knight who can jump, and that's just what's here at the start. Some of these jobs stretch Final Fantasy's battle system in ways you'd never guess. The Chemist has you mixing potions to create stat-boosting brews. The Beastmaster captures enemies and lets you use them in battle. It's really creative stuff, and you can probably now see where this video got its title. In fact, the combinations can get so wild that there's a yearly competition to beat the game with 4 randomly assigned. Of course, you won't be learning abilities at an insane rate. That would just be unbalanced. Character level and job level are very different. Character levels are a result of experience points, which you earn from defeating enemies. Duh. These level up a character's base stats. Job levels are based on ability points, or ABP, which you earn at a much slower rate. Early game battles offer 1, 2, or sometimes even 0 ability points, depending on how challenging the enemies are, while later game enemies offer much more. Remember those mystery points I was talking about earlier? Yeah, that's ABP. Separating character and job levels ensures you can switch to new jobs later on without getting absolutely wrecked, as you'll carry over the character's base hit points and other important stats, while the job will modify them as needed. But jobs take way longer to level up than in FF3. In fact, the highest level of Red Mage requires 999 ABP points, which, to my uneducated eye, meant unlocking the best ability in the game, and it would totally be worth the time spent. We'll see how true that ends up being. Honestly though, sometimes you only want one ability from a job rather than maxing the job out, which can incentivize job switches much more frequently, doing it not only to experiment and take on different enemy types, but to learn new abilities and further expand your character's potential. In Final Fantasy III, job switches were often more for story reasons, with dialogue heavily hinting at when you should switch. Final Fantasy V leaves things largely up to your interpretation, and it's way more fun for this. Plus, the game's unlimited inventory space means you'll always have job-relevant weapons and armor to swap out, assuming you don't sell it, that is. I praised Final Fantasy III's weaving of the story and gameplay segments, but having Final Fantasy V give the power to the players invites you to break the damn game. It shifts the entire meta. While battling, you're not just thinking of your current abilities, but what jobs might be more effective here. Is a knight really the best option here when I have a dragoon available? Yes, it is. Shinryu is immune to them. You can even play like the old games if you'd like, sticking to one job the entire time. You'll still experience progression through player leveling just like before, as Square took great care to ensure that players can beat 5 this way, should they prefer. A funny fact, when building the game's battle system, Sakaguchi and team kept experimenting to find all new ways to defeat bosses using different job combinations, except they keep these tactics secret from battle designer Hiroyuki Ito, as they knew he would patch these monsters to resist their victories. The thing is, his patches would hurt the game's build variety and could limit player creativity for certain bosses, so I'm really glad they kept some of this stuff from him. I won't go over all the jobs right now, instead I'll talk about them in my playthrough when relevant, so stick around to see how they evolve over time. I'd also like to clarify that I didn't try to min-max any jobs or anything like that. I played this game purely for fun, experimenting and sticking with the jobs that I thought were neat, rather than diving deep into guides or something. If I ever do anything like that, I'll mention it in the video. Now, let's continue. With little direction on our next destination, we head back to Ferris's ship and roam until coming across the town of Tule. Are you a fan of Pirates, viewer? What do pirates love to do? If you guessed drink, feel free to join Ferris and crew as they head to the pub. If not, you're stuck with the 3 of us as we explore a bit first, chatting up a wannabe bard. Hidden nearby is an NPC who takes me to the Greenhorns Club. He makes me close my eyes and brings us to a building not 5 feet to the left, where the elders teach me about hidden passages, status effects, saving, and that the cure spell can damage the undead. I'm honestly proud to say I know all this stuff already. I'm no Final Fantasy veteran, but I'm a veteran of the first 4 games, and that knowledge obviously carries over to 5. Upstairs, a man says he has a present for me in this chest. It turns out to be monsters. We're also taught that thieves can learn the Find Passages ability to make hidden pathways appear in the overworld. When this game came out in 1992, abilities in the overworld had to have felt like a massive innovation. When you think of using abilities in an overworld, there's probably a certain franchise that comes to mind. It's Pokemon. But Pokemon isn't even out for a few more years, so Final Fantasy V kinda took the edge there. Very neat. Of course, previous games had magic uses outside of battle, like using Float to hover over obstacles or Mini to get through passageways, but they often felt more directed. In 5, abilities like Find Passages or Find Pits have an environmental application that can apply anywhere, if you're paying attention. Don't get me wrong, these abilities aren't overly useful, especially Find Pits, which we'll get into later, but I like their inclusion. Back outside, we learn that the water crystal is placed out east, housed in the Kingdom of Walse, and that the canal guarding it contains a beast that only targets women. We got misogynistic monsters before GTA 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and even 1. What a world. After buying spells and gear to keep my crew up to date, we join Ferris and her crew in the pub. Another thing to note in Final Fantasy V is the prevalence of bars and pubs. Almost every town has one to check out, often playing into the game's hidden piano skill. Every time you see a piano, Bartz will play it and level up his piano skill. Each time, his performance is a little better. It's a fun sort of bonus job, and a clear indicator that Square had a lot of fun coming up with scenarios for this game. And if they're having fun, we're having fun. Even the dancers return with all new routines paired with a projecting pervert this time. A lot of anti-woman talk in Tule so far. What's funny though is you can't access the piano without watching this routine here, making it a required step to progress your musical skill. Upstairs, we check on Ferris, who Bartz and Galuf are suddenly infatuated with after watching him sleep. No one elaborates on it, but it kinda hints that Ferris might be hiding something. He's already a mysterious character, what with having an amulet similar to Lena's, while also being an empathetic pirate, which is unconventional. It's fair to expect yet another layer to his character, and I don't think it's supposed to be hard for the player to figure this out. The scene ends on a moment that heavily foreshadows a future reveal, which we'll touch on when relevant. Finally, we come across Zock's house, one of Lena's friends who built the nearby canal. Zock reveals that the wind crystals shattering led to the misogynistic beast's inhabitants of the canal, and if that's not enough, he also lost the key to the entrance. We end up staying the night, though Bartz can't sleep. He roams outside, and we're treated to a flashback of Bart's childhood, a memory of his dad yelling about protecting the crystals. It's clear this is to establish his father as an important figure in this world, dressed more like King Tycoon than any mere character. Mr. Bartz tells Mrs. Bartz, otherwise known as Stella, that if anything happens to him, keep the crystals a secret from their son, that they shouldn't be his burden to bear. This moment makes me realize that we know at least something about everyone in our party except for Bartz, at least when it comes to their background. Galuf came here through Portal, then Meteorite, with some sort of mission, even if he doesn't remember it right now. Ferris is a pirate, also with some hidden past, and Lena is a princess. But who is Bartz? He just seems like some guy. But this makes it clear that our main man is more than some unassuming character. Though that's all we learn for now, his arc has begun. Back inside, we notice Zock watching Lena sleep. In what I hope is a caring way and not a creepy one. We can only infer so much from these pixels, and hey, we just interacted with a pervert back in the bar, but then he tends to Bartz sitting near the fire. Bartz tells Zock that his parents died long ago, and out of sympathy, the old man hands us the canal key. Turns out he had it all along, and was keeping it secret for Lena's safety. However, she's clearly meant for something great, and he eventually realized that. Perhaps the most notable information we learn, though, is from an offhand comment made outside the inn, that other meteorites have crashed around the world. Could these be tied to the crystals exploding? Will they be carrying other people like Galuf? We're bound to find out as we head off to the water crystal, but as we're set to leave, Ferris stops us. Something in his brain has shifted. and he's leaving the pirate crew to join us, as if fate would have had it any other way. The game even hints at this when you're buying equipment in Tule, as Ferris will walk in for a second so you can buy for him, a fun little developer wink towards the player. With my party finally full, it's time to set up their jobs. Every character starts as a freelancer, a job with no real specializations. They can equip any armor, accessories, or weapon type, but what's especially cool is they can equip 2 abilities from any job instead of just 1. This is useless to me now, of course, as my characters don't know any abilities, but later on it becomes quite the position of power. And when you've mastered other jobs, the mastered job's stat bonuses and abilities are added to the freelancer job's base stats, making it secretly the most powerful job in the game over time, if I'm not mistaken. From there, I place Bartz as the sword and shield-wielding knight, Lena as the healing-focused white mage, Galuf as the speedy thief who can steal items from enemies, and Ferris as a blue mage. The blue mage is a job new to Final Fantasy V. It takes on spells from enemies through the job's learning ability, and when a character with the learning ability is hit with a blue mage spell, they'll permanently remember it, even if it kills them. Blue magic houses some of the game's most varied spells, like Doom, which kills an enemy after 30 seconds, or Roulette, which kills an enemy or party member at random. Seriously, this job is crazy towards the end game. I learned while doing research on it later on because I barely used it. I'm a bit of an impatient person and didn't want to be attacked for my character to learn magic, Final Fantasy II. I'm more of an all-out attack kind of guy. So while I started the game with this job in mind, I quickly shifted away from it. Maybe in a second playthrough one day. The Blue Mage was actually created as a joke at first, according to Sakaguchi. One of Final Fantasy IV's developers thought it would be funny to let players use monster abilities, and this ended up making it into the full game. Apparently, a lot of the game's jobs were created this way, and the game is better for it. Just a bunch of the developers and designers at Square just throwing ideas into the ring and seeing which ones end up being real jobs. It must have been so fun to work there back then. The other jobs right now are pretty self-explanatory and carry over from previous games, so I'll leave those alone for now. Lena confides in Bartz on the ship, depressed at the wind crystal shattering's greater effects. Her explanation includes what happens if the other crystals shatter and how all of the Earth's natural elements, fire, wind, water, would begin to decay, that the world would become unlivable. What a terrible thing we'd have to witness. But instead of getting sad about that revelation, the team uses it to solidify their intent to save the world and their belief that King Tycoon lives. It's an optimistic group setting an optimistic tone. And now, we head for Walse and its water crystal. Just kidding. While saving the crystals is important stuff, my completionist ass wants to find the 3 chests I missed in the pirate's hideout. Right outside it, though, we find Boko's footsteps, meaning he came in after us. There are monsters in here, bird. We told you not to come through. Thankfully, the pirates found and are taking care of him. These guys aren't so bad after all. Really makes you think about the type of person Ferris truly is since he led them. This dude loves our pirate captain after all, but this guy wonders how the bird would taste. Well, hey, at least Ferris doesn't discriminate. Now back to Walse. Of course, we have to open up the Torna Canal first, which Bartz very coolly does by stepping up onto the ship's bow and literally unlocking it. This moment's awkwardness was super funny to me, one of the game's many jokes per minute. It's not long before we run into the misogynistic canal monster, Carlabos, via its whirlpool. The fight isn't too tough, with Lena focusing on heals while Galuf steals a potion or 2. Lena also uses Libra, which shows us an enemy's HP and its strengths or weaknesses. It's weak to lightning, which makes me realize I don't really have any offensive magic on me, though we win the fight regardless. But winning comes with a consequence, in that the whirlpool absorbs Sildra, depressing Ferris and stranding our ship. moments of silence and sorrow follow, reminding me of the desert scene from Final Fantasy IV, where Cecil is stranded and alone for the very first time. There's no music playing, and we're forced to really take in the moment. I believe Ferris' monster friend still lives, as fake-out deaths tend to be the case in these Final Fantasy games so far, as I mentioned earlier. But maybe I'm just traumatized by the previous game. Eventually, we wake up in the ship graveyard, a haunted pit of ships littered with skeletons and similar ghouls. Navigating this place is awesome, jumping between ships in search of some way out. Throughout this time, Galuf learns Scram, which allows us to escape from battle. There is already a flee option, so I assume Scram gives us a higher success rate or something. Lena mastered White Magic level 2 so she can use more powerful healing spells, and Ferris mastered Learn, which, as I said, allows him to cast blue magic spells that afflict him. Remember, our characters master an ability when they reach their next job level, allowing them to equip it at any time. We engage in some underwater explanation, just a simple visual effect here, though I wish the music went muffled when we're underneath. It would have added to the experience. Nothing crazy, just a fun idea. However, I'm not doing as much damage as I'd like, so I switch Galuf from the thief to the monk. The monk deals massive damage with its bare hands, and has a kick ability that attacks all enemies on the field. I pair this with the thief's Find Passages ability, which, as I said, makes hidden passages appear on the map, and I don't really use the thief anymore after this, but some of its later abilities include Vigilance, which prevents back attacks, or Mug, an advanced version of Steel that damages an enemy. We discover a safe room, somehow, and while Bartz removes a fish from his pants, he notices Ferris is acting weird, not wanting to remove his soaking wet clothes. Galuf and Bartz, worried he'll get pneumonia, insist. Ferris is clearly uncomfortable and throws the boys off of him. Turns out he is actually a woman, a concept that many modern gamers might struggle with. Ferris immediately gets defensive, though the party naturally questions her secrecy. Empathetically, Ferris reveals that the pirates took her in when she was young, but she didn't want to be the only woman on a pirate ship, and disguised herself as a man. From what I hear about pirate crews, and from what I've seen in Pirates of the Caribbean, that's understandable. I'll just say right now though, this moment isn't really relevant in any meaningful way to the rest of the story. Like, no one really ever mentions that Ferris was pretending to be a guy the whole time. One might think this makes it a useless, pandering story moment. In reality, it's one of those moments I mentioned earlier that characterizes our party members. We already know Ferris has some sort of secret outside of this, that she's holding the same amulet as Lena. She was clearly guarded since the moment we met her, and now we have some subtext as to why. She's been this way since she was a kid, assumedly never meeting anyone she felt comfortable opening up to. It also explains why she's so tied to Sildra. Animals don't judge us, unless you have a Shiba Inu, but they don't care if Ferris is a man or a woman. They just care about her, which helps illustrate the powerful bond between human and creature. And think about it, is everything about your friends relevant to their main story, to their career, to their relationships? No. Sometimes someone just acts a certain way for some reason. A real friend accepts that and moves on. And with that reveal, the crew sleeps. Upon waking, Ferris demands control, clearly trying to brush over what happened, and we leave it be. Further exploration has us come across a world map, meaning this ship was probably one of a globe-trotting importance, but ultimately a meaningless find when it comes to the Pixel Remaster's built-in map. Though I appreciate Square leaving it in, much like it did the Fat Chocobo in Final Fantasy III. It helps retain the original game's vibe. A few ships further, opening a chest causes one ship to rise from the depths, providing access to a set of rocks and an outcropping. One fog cloud and a crappy pun later, Bart's mother, in her first appearance since Bart's dream, asks him to come closer. But he recently revealed that his parents are dead. What is she doing here in the ship graveyard of all places? The king appears next, beckoning Lena in the same way. Does that mean he is dead? Something to consider here. Is this another case of foreshadowing? Ferris, strangely, follows Lena, fueling my theory that these two are connected somehow. And considering Bart's and Lena's parents appeared, could the king be Ferris's father as well? No one else related to Ferris appears, so that's a fair thing to assume. But then again, Galuf's parents don't appear, rather his granddaughter, whom he apparently doesn't remember. Depressing thought aside, the others' souls begin to leave their bodies, and a siren appears, challenging Galuf's loyalty. He stands strong though, appealing to his friends and saving their souls with a few solid smacks. One could argue that his amnesia saved the party here, really, as if he remembered his granddaughter, he might not have been able to resist the siren. The full party battle then commences. Just like at the canal, it's a fairly typical boss fight, though the siren becomes undead halfway through, allowing Lena to use her white mage abilities offensively. A considerate touch considering most players are sure to have picked a white mage out of their limited job pool this early on, so we win without much of a fight. Finally, we're back on land, and we enter the nearby town of Carwen and resume our quest. But we don't go unnoticed, probably due to the fact that we just came from the ship graveyard. It's crazy to live right near the ship graveyard, though. If I were a kid here, I'd surely go exploring there and probably get my soul stolen. Like usual, I buy every spell I can, and in case the player forgot, the game once again mentions the water crystal in the kingdom of Walse, south of here across the sea. But of course, we can't sail there due to the lack of wind and the lack of Sildra, which is especially shameful considering Carwen has the finest port in the world, but we can't use it. Sounds like Ferris is no longer one of the elites. It's in this conversation where the impact of a windless world really hits me. Many plants use wind to spread their seed and pollinate others, and those would quickly go extinct. Natural disasters like hurricanes or tornadoes would stop, and wildfires would spread less, but rain wouldn't travel, leading to droughts and dryness in certain areas of the world. And this isn't to mention that man-made creations like windmills would simply cease to function. Final Fantasy V doesn't really go into these environmental impacts too much, and it doesn't really need to, but the possibility plants a scary seed in my head, especially considering how things are looking nowadays. But hey, my allergies would be way better, cause the wind wouldn't be able to spread pollen everywhere, so that's a plus, right? Bart keeps exclaiming we can't go by land or sea, over and over again, to the point where it feels like Square is trying to tell me something. But someone in town conveniently mentions a windrake at the mountain north of here. So these two mentions have to tie in, right? If we can't go by land or sea, maybe we go by air. We already know what a windrake is thanks to Lena and her father. I wonder if it's the same windrake. This lady seems to believe windrakes are a myth, so they're clearly rare and the chances are high that this one is Lena's. I enter the pub to level up my piano skill, only to find, what is this? I guess this was never necessarily pitched as a kid-friendly game, but man, I didn't even notice this joke until rewatching the footage while writing this script. During my play, I took this at face value. Knights do have the two-handed skill after all. Dismissing that assault on my senses and a hilarious mother-in-law joke right afterwards, we find the husband of the woman outside, a whole room dedicated to him, in fact. The man recalls seeing an armored windrake, which tips Lena off to it being her father's, named Hiryu. According to our princess, Hiryu went to the North Mountain to find dragongrass, the only plant that can heal a windrake's wounds, which means something may have happened to our king and his drake. Maybe the king is dead. A lot has been pointing towards that so far. This is the first we've heard of them since leaving on our mission, and it also presents a potential way to Walse. Time for the North Mountain. Our initial exploration goes just fine, but up top the mountain sits poisonous plants that wreck my party. The thing is, I have 3 antidotes but 4 poisoned party members. Sorry, Ferris, I always use my 4th party member as the experimental job character anyway. Speaking of Ferris, I must admit I'm getting a bit sick of the Blue Mage's lack of development right now. There aren't many spells she can get hit by this early on, and I'm learning I just don't really like getting hit to improve my party, hence my dislike for Final Fantasy II. I'm much more of an all-out player, dealing as much damage as possible as fast as possible. A quick aside, but Expedition 33 puts a good twist on the Blue Mage through one of its characters that I won't spoil here, but they gain abilities upon defeating enemies while they're in the party rather than getting hit by them, a preferred approach for more aggressive players like me. Then I remember Lena has Poisana anyways, so she can cure Ferris. I take much more care to avoid these plants for the rest of the way, navigating a bit of a maze. I like that there's a bit of gameplay here where you have to actually avoid something rather than just getting poisoned through battle. Keeps me on my toes both in and out of fighting. But navigating these plants is pretty distracting, so when Lena comes across her father's helmet, our guards are down, and she ends up getting struck by a poison arrow, a brutal way to go down. Then an earthquake separates us, and an evil girl named Magissa reveals herself, claiming Lena as a lovely souvenir for her husband. Ferris jumps the gap, only for it to grow and end up taking her anyways. These things keep piling up. This is like back when I was freelance, when my highest paying client would delay payment by 2 months due to continuous technical issues. Every week my payment would get pushed further down the line due to something else happening. It's really great, so I can relate to Ferris here. But unlike with my clients in real life, this is a fantasy game, so there's always a way out. Ferris catches hold of the mountain and climbs back up, while Magissa let her build a bridge to get us across instead of doing anything to stop her, which is an absurd visual. Magissa also refers to Ferris as a he, which is a funny touch. The group enters battle with Magissa, and Lena enters it with full health, only having a poison effect as a result of the arrow. I kinda wish they gave her like 1 HP here to add to the tension, as it's a bit odd to see her at full health when she was just floored, but still cool that we didn't dismiss the arrow entirely. Magissa summons her husband, Forza, mid-fight, calling us trash in the process, and I can't deny that this is an intimidating couple. A couple of studs if I do say so myself, tall and fit with the power to take down anyone. Except my party, of course, we're too cool. Visuals aside, it's a pretty stalemate fight until I use a frost rod, which absolutely floors the two. This is one of the benefits of keeping Ferris in a job that barely evolves, I guess. During her turn, I use miscellaneous tactics like whatever offensive items I hold rather than her skills, and it ends up working wonderfully. Do you want to feel sad for a second? The wiki notes that a funny way to take down the couple is to confuse Forza and have him attack his wife, and I wonder who hurt the person that wrote this. Past the Terrible Two, we reach Hiryu, and Lena forces herself through the poison to grab him dragon grass, passing out in the process. Ferris feeds it to him while Galuf scolds our young princess, but fortunately the Windrake has healing powers, so Lena recovers shortly afterwards. Bit of a fake out there, but it does show Lena's dedication to her animals, which I can appreciate. Before leaving, it's Bart's turn to be laughed at by the crew, as apparently he's scared of heights and doesn't want to jump on Hiryu. Galuf has to shove Bart's onto the Drake again. Comedy must remain a series staple, as it's even there in a game as dour as Final Fantasy XVI, which I actually did play upon release.
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
That's right. My Final Fantasy play history is 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16, a tiny bit of 14, and now 5. And while I've really been enjoying these retro games, 15 is still my favorite. Maybe because it's my first one, we'll see if it holds up when I get there, but I bet you've never met anyone quite like me, have you? Click in, your place for original content. Now, we have our first flying mount. There are no air battles in this game, one of the first things I notice, which is surprising, but I can't say I'm mad about it. Saves me a bit of time while exploring the world. Flying southwest, we come across the Tower of Walse, where 2 of the king's men and a mage try to stop me. I beat them, but I still can't get in. I assume I need the king's permission, so we head to the town of Walse afterwards, which is slightly southeast of the tower. The townies seem to love their king, and are proud to inform us that the tower which holds the crystal is where they get their water. Surely not a relevant plot point at all, and it's especially not relevant that the town's water is what protects them from monsters. There's a secret library with a mention of Shiva, the ice summon, hidden in the castle. Considering she's a goddess, it makes sense, and I assume I'll be returning here to grab her as a summon later on. To no one's surprise, the king denies our request to stop amplifying the water crystal's power, being so bold as to say what happened to the wind crystal cannot happen to the water one. It's simply not possible. Famous last words. Say what you will about Bartz, but I respect the balls on him to stand up to a king, afraid of large drops but not the crown. But none of this is really up to us, as we are interrupted by yet another meteorite, this one heading right next to the tower. The king leaves to deal with this, and I explore his chambers and even sleep in his bed. Who's the king now, bitch? Downstairs, the jail is full of so-called lowlifes, such as a random old guy, a master pickpocket named Lone Wolf, who can't be that great considering he got caught, though I let him go because I think it's funny, and there's even a little bit about being stuck in jail for a second. Cute. Elsewhere down here, a monster named Jackanapes bodies my team by turning us berserk, meaning I can't command anyone. I realized while researching this video that turning everyone into monks would actually take advantage of berserk, considering all of them do high unarmed melee damage, and I don't really have any good weapons right now, so unarmed is probably the best approach, but I wasn't that smart while playing the game, so it didn't happen, and this dude told me encountering a Jackanapes means I'm up a creek, so I let it be. I imagine this is a common experience for first-time players. Let me know in the comments below. Finally, I explore the castle tower to find Shiva. My attempt to capture her, fruitless. She destroys me, but I'll be back. Re-entering the Tower of Walse is grim. The king's men are down, and a few floors up, he's just as hurt, stating that Garula is upstairs. I should feel bad, but also eat Bart's shorts. We told you we were here to help. This tower is the game's longest gauntlet yet, with 9 floors of unwell-looking elf toads and whatever that is, with the 10th floor being the Crystal Room. Up top, a knight infers that something is controlling Garula. Oh, I remember this beast. It was roaming around town earlier and seemed friendly at the time, so I believe the guy. We defeat it, a pretty straightforward fight, unbefitting of the beast's slow, pixelated evaporation that's typically reserved for endgame bosses, but I guess it was threatening the water crystal. And what a threat it was, as the gem shatters anyways. A sad story for the world, but an exciting one for me, as this means new jobs. Ever so shocking, though, is that Knight apologizes to his Lord Galuf, but he dies before explaining more. Strange, considering the circumstances of Galuf appearing in this world via meteorite instead of through some more noble means, but apparently this man is royalty. But who cares about that story stuff anyways? Let's get to these new jobs. In this second set, we've got the Time Mage, the Mystic Knight, the Summoner, the Red Mage, and the Berserker. Again, I'll break these down when my characters switch to the jobs rather than all right now. It's better for pacing, and we're out of time. The tower is collapsing. We jump out the back just as it sinks into the water, but what did I say earlier? That Sildra was still alive, and there he is, emerging to save us. He takes us inside of his massive gullet and deposits us on a nearby beach. I kind of wish there was a cutscene or two inside of him. Maybe have our crew sit around with a campfire from within as Sildra rides around the Great Sea. Galuf complaining about how slimy it is in here. Ferris telling him to chill out. It would have been funny stuff. And it would have been a nice contrast to this next moment. Sildra used the last of his strength to save us and must move on. You know, the older I've gotten, the More moments like these, a pet or an animal you have a close relationship with dying in a piece of media, it hits me more and more. I've had my dog for almost 7 years, and while I grew up with pets, there's nothing quite like the one you raised yourself. It's a special bond, the one between human and animal. I remember the first moment something like this struck me, about 8 months into having my dog Aya. I won't spoil it here, but it's got to do with the first Plague Tale game. If you've played it, you know. Hug your animals, folks. The moment ends with Sildra's dying howl, an agonized, pixelated one that I'm amazed can make me feel like this. Considering it's an SNES sound effect? Remastered, I guess, but it hit regardless. To distract myself, I swap Bart's to a Mystic Knight, which can only wield swords and knives, but can enchant them with different elements like fire, ice, or even holy, which will come into play as I increase the job's level. I equip him with the two-handed ability from the base knight so he deals extra damage, while the job inherently casts Shell when his HP reaches critical levels, which halves the damage taken from magic attacks. Lena gets the red mage role, allowing her to wield both the destructive black magic and the restorative white magic. This is equally the smartest and the worst job choice I made. Stick around to find out why. I leave Galuf as the bare-fisted monk and Ferris as the blue mage, as I still wanted to give it a bit of a chance at this point and enter the meteorite to see what's up. Bart's falls into the teleporter, goofy little guy, and the others soon follow, homies to the end and all, but before Galuf's entry, he notes that the place feels oddly familiar. This, paired with the soldier knowing who he is, awakens something in the old grump. Yet, we do not enter another world or alternate universe like a teleporter may suggest. Instead, we land near a different meteor on the world's western side. I take this time to try some of Bart's new Mystic Knight abilities and realize that applying an element to my sword takes up a whole turn, which puts me off of the job a little bit, but we'll continue with it for now. Speaking of being disillusioned, I switch Ferris to a Time Mage to see what that's about, but it's more into buffs and debuffs than it is offensive magic, which is what I'm most interested in, so I settle on Summoner shortly afterward. A class important to one of the best characters in Final Fantasy IV, so I know my way around it. Right now, I only have an HP absorption summon in Sylph, a Chocobo summon which has a random chance of spawning a basic Chocobo for a single enemy attack, or a fat Chocobo for a multi-enemy hit. A great way to keep the fat Chocobo relevant as the series continues. And finally, we have the Paralyzed summon in Remora. Roaming around, trying out my new jobs, we eventually enter the town of Karnak, a town near the Library of Ancients, a group of crackpots, according to citizens, because they want to stop amplifying the fire crystal. That should set off some alarms in the player's head, considering what happened when the King of Walse failed to stop amplifying the water crystal and all, but these so-called crackpots are apparently so annoying that the Queen built a wall to shut them out, preventing access. And isn't it just a bit wild that the town is on fire, yet everyone's focused on the crystal deniers? Unless this is just life as usual here, I don't know. But you know, one of my favorite moments in any Final Fantasy game is our first mention of Cid. One citizen here mentions Cid, and in this world, Cid actually made the amplification machines. Fitting for our boy to be doing so considering he's typically technically proficient. As for the meteor, apparently a monster crawled out and went right for the crystal. A werewolf, they say. I learned this right before hearing Cid is in prison, a fact that I try to distract myself from by leveling up my piano skill once again. Look at everyone dancing to me. But I guess Cid must have gotten up to some shit after his Final Fantasy IV fake-out. Now, I need your full attention here. Like any other player, I go to buy weapons and armor since I'm in a new town, Yet, I'm interrupted mid-purchase under the accusation that I'm in league with the monsters. You know, since we came out of the same meteor they did. That's actually a fair assumption despite this town being made up of what seem like conspiracy theorists, and I'm arrested. But I wouldn't have fought back anyways due to my jaw dropping at this interruption. They actually stopped my purchase and took me to jail. What a ballsy move, and a devastating moment to top off the other depressing news Karnak has to offer. Town of the Fire Crystal, more like the town of dejection. The place has a damn fire moat, so who would think it's welcoming anyways? But I do wonder if the plot would have progressed some other way if I never interacted with a shopkeeper. Would they have just ambushed me on the street instead, while talking to one of the conspiracy theorists or searching for hidden items? Is the time you get arrested actually random and it just happened to line up with when I was shopping? At least our time in jail is short-lived, about 20 whole seconds before a fellow prisoner busts the wall down. The old man meant to blow his way out, yet he picked the wrong wall and entered ours. Our crew laughs at the guy, and I'm about to join in until the old man introduces himself as the GOAT, Sid, of all people. In retrospect, I guess I should have guessed this. Who else would blow up a prison wall? That sounds exactly like a type of scheme Sid would come up with in any game so far. If his mistake didn't make it clear, Sid's a bit of a frazzled genius, my favorite iteration of him so far, at least when it comes to the first 5 games. He says a book of the ancients inspired him to create the crystal amplifiers, as it read that the crystals were far more powerful thousands of years ago. I guess it's only natural that a scientist would attempt to recreate that power, not for a nefarious capitalist reason, but to benefit the world, speed up production, create new tech for the act of creating it. Yet, this amplification caused the crystals to shatter, due in part because no one listens to him, so Sid blames himself for the current eradication of the elements. He's in jail for trying to stop the fire crystal's explosion, to protect it. But with everyone here so against him, Sid is shocked that we're on his side, having been tasked by the shard of the shattered wind crystal to protect the rest. Clearly we're doing a great job. Interrupted by Karnak's chancellor, somehow nonplussed that Sid blew a hole in his prison wall, it turns out the crystal is cracking, even after he shut off the amplifier. Sid deduces that the town's fire-powered ship is what's still draining the crystal's power, and vouches for us to help out. I guess it is our job. He heads along to the ship, and the ominous music shifts to an absolute banger as we explore the prison. The completionist in me furious that so many chests are blocked by flames, while the music lover in me bops along. Bart's has a goofy-ass reaction when you touch the fire too, which almost makes up for it blocking items, but it doesn't. A guard says the fires are spurting out from the crystal, hence their random placement, and these academics note how the fire-powered ship can fly in a world without wind. A fire-powered ship can fly in a world without wind. True innovators here in Karnak. I joke, that's actually a really cool invention. It's just the name kind of implies that it would be fine without wind. But anyways, the crystal's cracked and there's a werewolf on the loose. Oh, and the queen is missing as well. So let's get a move on. Our search is rudely interrupted by said werewolf attempting to break into the castle, but the guards scare it off with Sid's explosives. There's a lot of buildup to this werewolf, and I wonder what Square's trying to communicate. The werewolf is clearly more important than a random monster threat, and it must be tied to the fire crystal in some way considering how hard it's trying to get there. Joining Sid on the fire-powered ship has us battling through waves of monsters to turn its engine off. It's an aesthetically fascinating metal ship, with some wood overlaying the top to give it more of a classic appearance, despite the more modern pipes, vents, and conduits running throughout. A complex beast of a vehicle, complete with metal doors that open as if you're entering a battle mech, and some layering where you can see into the bottom floors at times, which is super cool, but the perspective trickery puts me on the verge of a headache. It's a dizzying effect that showcases the ship's height. But it's also rampant with ghosts and otherworldly creatures that have me questioning why Sid was so calm about sending us in here. These aren't normal guards, but gas and sentient dust that would terrify any human crewmate. What did they use this ship for? It takes me a while to navigate confusing progress with vent systems, elevators, or a maze of one-way conveyor belts that drop you at random spots throughout the ship. Figuring out which is correct can sometimes lead to items, but it tends to disorient. Deeper into the ship is a hit the lever minigame that asks Bart's and crew to organize platforms that build a bridge across a massive pit, spicing up exploration a bit, which this game has done a really good job of so far. Queen Karnak awaits us in the engine room, possessed, as a voice rages at us for interfering with some revival. The Queen tosses a human-shaped flame for us to battle, serving as both the first serious test for my new jobs and probably another reason for the flames littered throughout Karnak. We cast Blizzara on Bart's sword, have Ferris attempt to paralyze the flame with her summon, though it misses, but that's kind of on me, as constricting a non-solid element like a flame would never really work. But at least Lena can use Libra, which confirms the flame is weak to ice, and Galuf does some okay damage as our resident monk. We carry on with basic attacks for the most part, Bart's ice weapon dealing over 1k per hit to the flame's 3000 total health, but I do spend a fair amount of magic full party healing as it blasts powerful heat attacks our way, even turning into a tornado and casting Magnet to pull Bart's into the front row, which would lower his defense, except Bart's is already placed in the front since he's our offensive character, which is an odd move by the flame. And with the flame extinguished, the queen collapses, revealing her possession via some evil creature that wants to envelop the world in darkness. She also confirms a theory that a sharper-eyed player may have already picked up on. The fire crystal kept cracking after turning off the amplifier, right? It turns out that, alongside society's use of the crystals draining their energy, the evil entity is making it far worse, taking advantage of our environmental savagery to resurrect itself by breaking the crystals open. With that in mind, we enter the fire crystal room. Sure that we've saved the crystal, yet in enters the fabled werewolf, busting down a wall in a dramatic affair and pleased that the sacred device is still intact. But even stranger, the beast recognizes Galuf by name, to our friend's surprise. But amongst the commotion sneaks through a guard, possessed by the evil spirit, who reactivates the ship in a final blow against our beloved fire crystal. One left until the seal is broken, it says before vanishing. Proving his loyalty beyond a reasonable doubt, the werewolf buys us time by blocking the final drainage vault, and we fall through the collapsing floor. We climb back up to find the werewolf gone with no time to grab our new jobs. Instead, the crystal's explosion means we're escaping through the castle. A 10-minute timer bears down on our escape, one that continues counting while we battle, pausing only when I'm managing menus. The chests previously blocked by fire are now open, yet as if to insult the grubby loot goblin in me, the first is a trapped chest housing Gigas, the Greek term for giant. This is a fun challenge that rewards players who paid attention during their initial jaunt through the castle. It runs long enough to give ample exploration time while accounting for random battles and further monster in a chest spawns. Though in an attempt to speed past groups of enemies, I make monks of Lena and Ferris to utilize the job's crowd-clearing kick ability. And having 3 people kicking at once is absolutely hilarious. It'd be fun to do an entire playthrough with this going on. I also keep Lena's white magic as her ability for healing, and Ferris still her summoner to keep our Chocobo easily accessible. So the thing is, you can leave the castle pretty quickly, getting there within 3 to 5 minutes while fighting and searching for loot pretty casually. But if you want to find everything, like my broken brain does, you must move past the exit and keep exploring. At 1 minute left, the music speeds up, inducing further panic as I clear the towers, fighting Gigas after Gigas, pushing my luck to the absolute extreme as I'm prone to do. Yet as we reach the exit gate, feeling like a failure for missing the final chest with 15 seconds to go, we are stopped by a final group. Not only do my kicks fail to win out in time, but Bart's dialogue keeps the timer running further and we explode, solidifying my perceived failure into reality. On my retry, I make it to the exit with over 3 minutes remaining and all 15 chests, due in large part to making 3 monks from the start this time instead of halfway through. This final fight with Bart's dialogue reveals an inordinary soldier, a famed bounty hunter, Ironclaw. I can't help but break out in laughter. This dude looks ridiculous. His big arms spread out like that make it seem like he's begging for a hug. I love it, and we defeat him no problem, so I suspect he's meant to be a bit of a troll for players who pushed the clock a little too far like I did, ending what would have been a successful run otherwise. And with that, we're treated to an overhead view of Castle Karnak's explosion. You know, Square's office set on fire during the development of this game, one of a few contributing reasons to its various delays. I wonder if that inspired this section at all. Now, the crystal shards rain down around us, offering the Beastmaster, the Geomancer, and the Ninja. I can tell you right now I'm most hyped for the Ninja based on past experience, but I'm also at the point where I want to try keeping my jobs consistent for now to level them up further. But I'll keep using Ferris as the big experimentation role. I also want Lena to hit 999 Red Mage ABP, which, as I've said before and will continue to iterate on, is a bigger ask than I expected. Nearby townspeople are understandably thrown off with misinformation spreading quickly. The same guy who told us about Cid's jailing claims Cid's device is what blew up the crystal, which is technically true but missing the context. Fake news, as they say. We find the queen bedridden at the inn, traumatized by her mental takeover, and unable to provide us any direction. One old man, however, reveals Cid's grandson, Mid, is at the nearby Library of Ancients. Oh, so Mid isn't just a character from Final Fantasy XVI, but a callback to the previous game, or games if Mid is in any future ones, as well. Good to know that context. We visit Cid on the now out-of-commission fire-powered ship, since there's no fire or wind to lift its sails, to bring him some good news and hopefully restore the wind taken out of his sails. Cid now blames himself for the castle's explosion. Of course, this isn't directly his fault, but it must be hard to mentally separate your intentions from your work being a cause for a castle's explosion, regardless of what you wanted that initial work to accomplish. Lucky for us, though, the explosion opened up a pathway west, to the Library of Ancients. I test out Ferris with the new Beastmaster job while passing through, which allows her to capture weakened enemies for use in battle later. She also uses a whip, which one can assume is used for, lashing out at insubordinate creatures. This job might be a bit too on the nose, guys. Heading south from the newly opened passage brings us to our Library of Ancients, which, perhaps unsurprisingly, is under monster attack. See, this isn't a normal library, even on a good day. It's one full of books possessed by demons, and there's even rumors of a prime monster, Byblos, or maybe Byblos, sealed beneath it. Our first taste of this comes from 2 men on the roof, searching among 3 books to find the possessed one. I don't know how they struggled to find it, as the leather-bound horror attacks me for simply touching it. Maybe it sensed our crystal energy or something. Battles here involve fighting various pages, multiple per fight, as they come at you gauntlet style after each kill. It requires a different strategy than fighting them all at once. An ability like Kick is nowhere near as effective here, for instance, and it can feel like fighting a set of mini-bosses due to how powerful some of these enemies are. Page 64 casts level 5 Death on the party, which defeats anyone whose level is a multiple of 5. Guess who that is? In retrospect, I realize I should have switched to the blue mage here and learned some of these skills. In fact, there's a book on the roof that bashes me on the head about it, but the idea of capturing these creatures using Beastmaster appealed to me more at the time. We're then asked to find Mid, who is believed to be trapped deep within the space, and exploration has us shifting the library around by stepping in specific spots, moving bookshelves around predetermined routes, a slight evolution of the platform shifting puzzle in the fire-powered ship, and yet another way this series has gotten quite good at keeping its gameplay segments fresh by evolving on what it introduces earlier in the game. This bookshelf, though, is more evil than the rest as it actually blocks my pathway. But over time, we learn it's really just all talk and doesn't present a threat battle-wise. Near the shelf's end, we come across the demonic fire beast, Ifrit, and the opportunity to battle him for summoning rights. Libra informs us he's a strong boy at 3000 HP and vulnerable to ice and water, which one would expect. I use Ferris' release ability to unleash the captured monster from before, which misses its attack, and this is when it hit me that I can only have one monster at a time with this job, which really bothered me as I kinda wanted a horde of enemies at my disposal. I only learned after beating the game that you can level the Beastmaster up to learn Control, which allows you to use the captured monster's abilities. I do wish I kinda stuck with it now, but again, part of the point of these videos is me playing these games fresh without looking things up unless I'm absolutely stumped. You know, like the good old days, so what happens, happens. We take Ifrit down with some trouble due to its blaze attack, but Lena's Blizzard paired with Bart's Ice Sword bring him down before it's too late, and now he's ours. Though his arrival shouldn't be too much of a surprise if you talk to the librarian upstairs. Is it ironic that Ferris, the one who will harness Ifrit, died in the battle to capture it? Maybe. Fate works in mysterious ways. Most of the pages in the library are weak to fire, as you might guess, so much so that Ifrit scares the possessed bookshelf into submission and finally arrive down at B4 of the Library of Ancients, where Mid appears to be. Yet we're ambushed by Byblos, the rumored monster who was supposedly sealed beneath the library, rumor no longer. We take him down with fire, like every other possessed book, a bit of karma for continually webbing up or toting up my crew, even halving Lena's level at a point. He reveals that his master's seal will soon be blown open, clearly knowing something we don't, a bit of foreshadowing there. But Bart's Spellblade is now level 3 and Lena's red magic level 2, so he can't take that away from me. Only one more level before Lena's 999 ABP journey. Turns out Mid was not in danger, but engrossed in his book, unaware of the epic battle that unfurled behind him. I love the disapproving animation our crew takes on, facing the camera in unimpressed awe, as if to share a moment with the player, like, really? You seeing this? But Mid ain't bad. He brings us up top via shortcut, no saving needed, with a solution for the fire-powered ship. Excited to bring it to Gramps, we disappoint our lad by stating Sid is a bit down in the dumps, though like any good grandson, he runs off to cheer his grandpa up. We follow, and Mid snaps Sid back into shape like Jill does Carlos in Resident Evil 3, the way only a solid smack can do. Yet, while they're fixing the ship, Galuf's head starts to hurt, and it turns out Mid yelling Grandpa reminded him of his own granddaughter, Kryle, as the two stand atop a castle. It implies Galuf is some sort of noble, as I doubt a random person's granddaughter would be allowed on the castle walls. Galuf's nobility was already implied when that guard spoke to him, and now we have a second clue. After that, one might expect Galuf to say, "I remember my granddaughter," or "I lived in a castle," but instead he shouts, "I'm not from this world," that he came from a meteorite sent from said world. Does this mean we're going back to space? Apparently, Galuf was sent here to stop an evil from reawakening, one he'd sealed away 30 years ago. You know, most evils are ancient, not to be seen again for millennia, but poor old Galuf has to face this one twice in a lifetime. The Dark Warlock, Exdeath, which, I'm sorry, that's an absurd name. I'm supposed to be scared of Exdeath? In fact, his name implies the opposite of death. I guess current death wasn't scary enough. We're treated to a flashback with Galuf, the werewolf, and 2 others at the spot where the power of the 4 crystals converge. They're to seal Exdeath away with such power, and by tell of the camera zooming away, they seem to have done it. It just zooms away, there's no visual confirmation. But while it's neat that our world hopper has actually been here before, it's not so neat that he's here again. So if Exdeath succeeds in taking down the Earth Crystal, the final of the 4, he'll be freed. Though I think we can assume he will. There are more jobs to unlock after all, but we'll see how the game plays out. Also, Square, you think you can run one past me, but I know the back of that sprite anywhere. That's Dorgan, Bart's dad from the flashback. I see the hints, I'm observant, and Dorgan even mentioned the crystals in Bart's childhood flashback. He is clearly involved. Stepping out, we find the Previa family asleep on the job, and Sid notes that he slept like a top. I've never heard this phrase before, but turns out it's been in use since the 1600s, an era that may or may not exist in Final Fantasy V's timeline. But it means perfectly balanced and unmoving, as a top is while spinning. Hopefully, it means he's at peace. I'm gonna start using that. I don't actually know what the Previas did, perhaps gave the ship an engine, but off we go. Fighting contradictory enemies like the Thunder Anemone, a sea creature that heals via lightning. Tell me how that works. We also commonly come across the Sahagin, a humanoid fish that can walk on land, hence its existence on our ship, and a common enemy throughout the series thus far. It's also pulled directly from Dungeons & Dragons, Final Fantasy continuing to honor its roots and all. Ferris fails to capture these beasts for her own use, largely because I'm simply too impatient and would rather wreck these fools, so I swap her to the Geomancer to try out something else. Geomancers harness bells for weapons, featuring cute pajama-like outfits, though their abilities are anything but cute. They're Gaia power casting one of 4 terrain abilities, depending on the climate you're battling in. I, of course, keep her summon ability as well, gotta keep that sylph so we can absorb enemy HP. We sail east to a moon-shaped isle housing the Black Chocobo Forest, returning after their introduction in the previous game. The space entirely empty and useless to our party, at least for now, aside from the opportunity to jam to its excellent theme. Nearby is the town of Crescent, of which immediately suffers from an earthquake, destruction following our party everywhere. Our ship, the brand new windless ship, gets sucked into some sort of water vortex, and it appears we're stranded once again. Well, there could be worse places to get stuck. This island is blessed after all. Crops grow without water, the soil is fertile by default, and this spring keeps bubbling up despite the lack of rain. And sometimes you even hear strange noises coming from underground. Wait, what? While topping up my gear and upgrading my piano skill, of course, I learned that the Black Chocobo Forest is empty because the race went extinct. Yet, this guy says he was chasing one? The old man was blatant about their non-existence. He even used the word were. This is like in Final Fantasy IV, where a dancer directly references the underworld where the dwarves live, while everyone else believes the place to be rumored. 2 games in a row this has happened. Do these townspeople not talk to each other? I must say, though, I'm a bit lost amidst my trauma, unsure of where to go next. I eventually re-enter the Black Chocobo Forest out of desperation and, oh, what's this? A Black Chocobo. I really am questioning the intelligence of that old man. Funny, though, that Black Chocobos are new to the party as well, but their flying ability is surely our ticket out. Or so I thought. Our newfound friend crashes right back to the ground, choking for some reason, on 2 more crystal shards no less. We receive the Bard in the Ranger jobs after learning the castle's explosion sent them all the way across the world. I like that we get some bonus jobs so shortly after the previous set. The unpredictability is a nice touch. And now we fly. Though we're somewhat limited by the Black Chocobo's ability to land in the woods, which is also a form of letting the player know where to go. Obviously, this means our next goal is somewhere near the woods, rather than having the whole world open to us, which I appreciate. The ability to fly here is almost an illusion of freedom, allowing the player some ability to explore without allowing them to get too lost. If you land on every forested space accessible, which you're bound to do, you'll eventually figure out where to go. And of course, talking to people also helps. Someone's bound to drop a hint eventually. Like, there's some woods to use as a landing pad next to a town I've never been to? I wonder if that's where I go next. The town of Istory, a town where a girl tricks me into sprinting circles around a set of flowers, claiming we'll get something out of it. A town where there are 50,000 gill rings that absorb certain elements. A town with a waterfall named after it, and a man who wants to jump right in. A girl masquerading as a sheep, and a monster disguised as an old fellow hiding in the woods. We step outside to check, and it's Ramuh, the lightning summon that Rydia uses in Final Fantasy IV. His party-wide electrocutions do a number on us, taking down Galuf and forcing me to heal via Lena's magic and Ferris summons to scrape by. Fortunately, Ramuh notices Ifrit, seemingly former friends, and the fire god convinces the lightning lord to join our cause. This is super cool for me, as apparently Ramuh is a random chance spawn out in these woods. If you don't find him here, you may run into the guy in the final dungeon, but I got lucky and found him immediately outside of Istory. As a kid playing this for the first time, I can definitely imagine trading stories with friends. Did you find the lightning summon outside Istory? What? No, I found him right before the endgame. How did you find him so early? Very fun. I miss stuff like that, which is part of why I try to enjoy these games in a vacuum without looking stuff up too much until after beating it. It helps create an authentic experience for these videos, and it's just more engaging for me. We re-enter Istory, and I'm still mad about that flower bed. There aren't hidden items here. The map even clarifies this. Though when I return later on, the flower bed erupts with a small toad, who leaves the spell toad for our use even though I didn't run any loops around the flower bed. Don't know how that triggered, probably never will. This sheep will kick you over the fence as well, where you can learn the Romeo's Ballad song if you're a bard. It makes enemies fall in love with us. Lots of people have been mentioning the nearby falls, but I can only hover over it as there's nowhere to land. Taking advantage of my current downtime, I go back to Walse and wreck Shiva, adding an ice summon to my repertoire before finally coming across the town of Lix. Funny that I mentioned how the game guides you along with the forests, yet I struggle to find the golden path. This is definitely my fault, not the game's, but it's still a funny thing to note. The dark cloud-esque music here lulls me to a sense of calm, while the inn owner recognizes Bart's and gives us a free night's stay. I don't trust this. It makes me think we entered some sort of illusion, which these games are not above. Castle Hein in Final Fantasy III is a complete manifestation, after all, though the next, more somber cutscene dispels my suspicions. Bart's next to a family grave. Ferris joins up, and we learn that Bart's grew up here, and his mom passed away when he was young. Our boy traveled with his father up until 3 years ago, when his dad's time came as well. Bart's fills his dad's name in next to his mom's, honoring his father's wish for them to be buried together. For a while now, Bart's has seemed like the group goof. They're all goofs, but he's the most goof. Sure, we had that childhood flashback earlier, which hints at the lad being more than he initially appears, but his deliberately slow development has taken a step back due to the main story, and it's only natural that we return to him during a lull in the experience. So far, the game has been reasonably well paced, with slight character development squished in between the novel set pieces. It has just been about those other than Bart's lately. It's only now his turn. As I've said, this game is certainly lighter on character development than the previous game, and we're focusing on the core group rather than regularly swapping characters, which is a nice change. The stripped backstory places emphasis on the job system, the game's clear highlight, providing time for us to experiment with the different jobs, which could take time away from the story if it were meatier and ruin the pacing, as there'd be a kind of tension between progressing the plot instead of taking the time to play with all the jobs to see which ones click with you. You must know the feeling I'm talking about, right? The dissonance between the seriousness of a plot from a game like Horizon and how prioritizing the open world game's side content may null the main story when you finally return to it. After Bart's processes my tangent, Ferris grieves her never having a father, stating how nice it must be, which, let's be real, is more heavy-handed foreshadowing after her interaction with Lenna's dad, but it also shows how everyone has their own struggles. Bart's with the loss of his father versus Ferris not knowing what that's even like. Both are valid trials of life that different types of players can relate to, surely. It's cute that we get to see the town celebrating Bart's return. Everyone has something nice to say about him, and some even give us flashbacks, such as Bart's falling off of a roof while playing hide and seek, which gave him his fear of heights, and that's something that played out when the crew must jump onto the Drake later on. Most notable, though, is Bart's house, which brings even more flashbacks, building up the tale of his powerful father, how young Bart's wished he could join his dad while monster hunting. The monkey's paw curled, so to speak, as his mother collapses shortly afterward, leaving Dorgan no choice but to bring his son along. The town is so remote it only has one spell to offer. It's a wonder how this salesman stays in business, though the weapons store is a stark contrast, offering ninja supplies, and we even get a nice interaction with a potential long-lost love interest. From what I can tell, the town is completely optional, and I love that going out of one's way can provide meaningful story context. Nothing we learn here is essential to the plot, but it's essential to knowing Bart's, which is arguably just as important, especially with what's yet to be revealed. After some time, I end up remembering Sid and Mid telling me they'll be back at the ancient library. We return to inform them of the ship sinking, and they one-up us with news on King Tycoon, Lenna's dad, spotted at the shifting sands. He somehow floated past the area's puzzle? I wonder if we'll get to too. Once we arrive, we're unable to move past the sand despite Galuf's naysaying, but you know what? It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and the orchestra hasn't even started tuning up yet. The Previas can help us cross. They're to summon a sandworm which we'll defeat, and its body will act as a bridge. Of course, I totally should have thought of that. I really hope the 3D games keep this level of absurdity. It's easier to do this in a 2D game, surely, when you don't need to create and render each frame of the sandworm rising, falling, crashing. The annoying thing about this worm is he pops up and down holes, the latter of which afflict us with endless gravity spells that halve our HP if you attack them. Thing is, Sid and Mid told me not to use magic against the thing, but they didn't say anything about group attacks. I learned from the wiki afterward that attacking the holes makes them cast gravity, which is why I was getting wrecked so often. It also turns out you can one-shot the thing with the blue magic spell Aqua Breath, acquirable in a separate desert. Welp, you live and you learn. Otherwise, the beast casts a party-damaging quicksand, which isn't too bad to deal with. With our bridge laid down, Bart's asks the pair to take care of our black Chocobo. What a good guy looking after the Chocobo. He's certainly thinking of Boko back home. Though Sid doesn't acknowledge the request, which is kind of funny, just saying, good luck. I initially thought the bridge would take us across the sand to our goal of the pyramid, but nope, we still have to complete a movement puzzle, which I'm a fan of, an evolution of the vent puzzle from the fire-powered ship. Only here, it's far easier to see where we might end up with any given choice. I love the enemies here, a desert killer, a sand bear, both looking like the most terrifying thing you've ever seen. As a kid, these creature designs would have given me nightmares. My dumbass went to the pyramid first, but we're not heading there yet, instead targeting the desert's other end. Shame on me for not paying attention, and I'm rightfully punished with bombs upon arriving. Outside we enter Gohn, the town of ruin, an apt name for the area's depressive state. Within seconds, King Tycoon appears, but he's evading us, refusing to respond, as if playing hide and seek. This is no time for games, father. Even weirder is Ferris calling the king Papa, as if reverting to a childlike state. The now alleged sisters stare at each other before a trap drops us underground, and I'm starting to think that's not our boy Tycoon. Apparently deception runs in the family, as Lenna confirms she knew all along that Ferris was her sister. I kid about deception, of course. The two reminisce while our boys remain passed out, Galuf trapped in a room over. This is what I mean about cute character moments littered throughout the game. Much of Final Fantasy IV's story focus meant cutscenes upon cutscenes of interactions and development. 5 lends us regular, short-lived character moments spread throughout the experience, seasoning that provides just a bit of extra flavor for each character. It prevents us from feeling overwhelmed by story and character, but still places an emphasis on it. This method isn't better or worse than 4's, just different, and for a series that varies upon each entry, different is the, somewhat ironically, comfort meal I've come to expect. I've also found much of this game's moments are followed by comedy bits to uphold the lighter tone, and here is no different, with Galuf panicking that we'll leave the guy behind, banging on the wall. He can hear us, but we can't him. I know that some will argue comedy bits lessen the impact of more earnest story moments when it comes to writing, and in more serious tales, I certainly agree, but the storytelling method is consistent throughout Final Fantasy V's lighter narrative, and I, for one, find it refreshing after the previous game. Galuf makes his way over, accusing the party of ditching him. I actually disagree, Galuf. They complimented you knowing you'd be okay, and assumed they'd find you soon. What did you expect, for them to just stand there? It would have been cool for a party split moment here, swapping between Galuf and R3 as they explore the ruins, but it's not to be. We could have had like a moment where Galuf and this ghostly tycoon meet before the rest of the party joins up. I don't know. But this underground operation ends up being something special, a massive factory of some sort, moving parts abound. The backdrop, a sea of generators? Hard to say, but Sid and Mid would surely have a heart attack here. Our 4 make their way to an outlined pad that teleports us back near Crescent. This is a serious what the f moment. We were just stalked by a ghostly king tycoon, dropped into ancient ruins that are somehow operational, teleported halfway across the world, and almost fell into the center of the earth due to said technology exploding after all this time. The tech's malfunctioning, generating thunderbolts and explosions. Bart's ninja dove through a door to make it out alive. A scenario about as intense as Castle Karnak, at least from our party's perspective, in less than half the time. Sure, the player didn't get any game time in this section, but I think the weight of what this means overpowers the lack of play. This device, the aptly named Catapult, has living quarters, a library, and far more. A home base of sorts, even including a button that drops Sid and Mid, who so kindly brought our black Chocobo back to his home, into a random pit. It's fine, they didn't have a way back anyways. The base is simply full of tricks, with one button sending us on a goose chase examining different items, breaking Bart's indomitable spirit while making us count our steps around the area, finally finding 2 shuriken and the mini spell, a worthy reward. Now, I bet you didn't see this coming. Further exploration leads us to a hangar housing the fire-powered ship, crew dust and all, next to a propeller-powered ship, one that breaks the Previa's ill-timed fall. And hey, you know what propellers do? They fly! It's an airship, one with a secret underwater hangar. This place makes me feel like a crystal-hunting spy, appearing to stop danger at a moment's notice anywhere in the world. But of course, one must fight for every advantage in this world. A Cray Claw has grabbed hold of our new toy. I imagine it was sitting around the hangar doors and grabbed on as we flew up. Ramu makes a quick serving out of it though, with biscuits and mashed potatoes. Though before heading out to the Earth Crystal, I find it odd that we haven't addressed the Tycoon matter. Was that a spirit of Tycoon? Was that really him? A projection? Clearly it led us to the airship on purpose, and I have to wonder if it knew that Ferris was Lena's sibling and wanted to draw that out. His being there is certainly one of a few plot conveniences this game probably should have addressed right now. But I think it's important to take the tone of the story as it's presented. It's clear that while this game's tale isn't an afterthought, it's clearly here so we can keep bashing baddies with our varying jobs. And with the freed airship in our hands, it's time to resume our search for the Earth Crystal. This thing is a beast. Sid even fixed it up with a few parts from the fire-powered ship, allowing it to land in water, calling back to Final Fantasy III's Enterprise. Out west, we find Jachol, a place that's been mentioned a few times, both as a place for powerful weapons and home to an excavation. That last part is especially interesting considering it's just south of the town of Ruin, where we came across the Catapult. Jachol is home to the descendants of the ancient Ronkins. So many of its citizens have stories of their ancestors, including one man's grandpap, who knew about the Catapult under Crescent Island. Since the town is known as being home to an excavation, many adventurers come to find treasure in the nearby caves, which also means people have tips and tricks to share, such as making sure to wait patiently on the path with the skull switches, or that there's a wall we can climb to escape the cave's deepest pits. There's also a bit of fun to be had with the series' now staple dancers encouraging Bart's and eventually you, the player, to join in on the fun. Are you dancing? You'd better, or she's gonna come after you. I'm a bit sad that this town doesn't have chests or items for me to find, but with all this talk about caves and ruins, we upgrade and adventure ourselves, though surely in far more style than our competition due to the airship. I imagine other adventurers walking slowly toward the cave, shaking their fists at us as we fly over. To be the story's heroes. As mentioned, I was told to wait patiently on the path with these skull switches, whatever that means, but I'm just making note to do so. Along the way, we run into evil spirits like the Nutkin, or an even eviler squirrel in the Skull Eater, which one-shots each party member and dodges every single attack, only to spawn even more later on. I'm absolutely bailing from that shit. My spirits are lifted when I find some previously open chests though, Square adding a bit of world building by showing, not telling, the previous adventurer's antics. One chest even has the Lone Wolf's calling card, the guy that I freed from prison long ago. What a jerk. If I don't free him from the prison in Walse, does that mean I get an item when I eventually come here? Damn, keeping him trapped means I get a blitz whip from this chest, but also ensures other items in Castle Tycoon alongside a few other areas. I screwed myself by letting him go. Super neat bit of dynamic choice though, how random actions may have consequences. If I had sat and thought a little about this guy's name, maybe I could have predicted what might have happened if I let him go and kept him in jail. He was in jail for a reason, but then again, so were we and so was Sid. So who's to say? I find the row of skulls and it coalesces into a single one as I wait patiently, which opens the path forward. We run into the Skull Eater again, and oddly enough, he flees from us this time. I must have intimidated him with Galuf's monk abilities. It turns out there's a lot to this enemy. It has 1 HP with high defense and evasion, and duplicates when hit with magic. The Geomancer, Ninja, and Ranger can easily defeat it with their special abilities. Unfortunately, I don't have those yet as I'm still trying to max out my currently equipped jobs, so maybe the inability to defeat it was my fault all along. This is also an enemy used for job skill farming before the endgame, as one kill nets anywhere from 5 to 10 ABP, whereas most enemies around this part of the game generate 1 to 3. A quick character check-in. Galuf is now a level 5 monk with abilities like HP plus 10%, counter, and chakra, which heals HP and removes poison or darkness status effects. Lena is still a red mage level 2 with about 14 ABP to go for level 3, and then once again the 909 ABP challenge. I keep hyping this up, but I promise it's a really big thing. Ferris is a level 3 summoner, each level allowing for higher tier summons once you find them. Kind of like how gym badges in Pokemon games allow you to control higher level Pokemon as you collect more. And Bart's a level 5 Mystic Knight, with each level meaning he can imbue his sword with a few more powerful spells once you find them. Also, that guy from the bar is right. A climbable wall does await us in the cave's depths, but it leads to a secluded little spot with nowhere to go. Cozy, but not helpful. I almost thought the guy was playing a joke on me. Flying back to take my anger out on him, we're interrupted by Gohn, the town of Ruin, quite literally lifting off into the sky. so I guess we'll have to bank that rage for later. That said, something compels me to switch Ferris back into a Geomancer as well. I want to level up my crew a bit before approaching, so I head back to clear out the Walse dungeon, fighting against the Jackanapes once again, and man, these guys are still absurd. We find some elven mantle gear, a cloak that sometimes evades physical attacks, and throw it on Galuf. With the dungeon item in hand, still no Jackanapes taken down, we continue. After searching for the city and finding nothing, I actually did have to look up a guide for what to do next. Apparently we're supposed to tell the Previas what happened, who reveal that the ancient Ronkins amplified the Earth Crystal to make their city float, and now we know what environmental drain is straining this precious metal. But things are a bit different this time. Once the ancients realized they were damaging the crystal, they stopped, hence the city's current status on the ground. Something activated it again, and I think we know who. I appreciate that this fourth crystal is a bit different than the rest, that some semblance of people are smart enough to halt their drain on the world and their kin have stuck with their traditions, or the town was simply unaware of the Earth Crystal's continued existence and prospered in ignorance over virtue. Either way, the crystal is active again, hence the Flying City, and due to recent events, our newly established siblings think it may have been their father, calling back to the spirit. I'm glad that was addressed. Thing is, our airship can't fly high enough to reach the city, meaning we must find Adamantite to power it up. Galuf knows right where to find it, and the meteor he came from. The gift that keeps on giving, I guess. First an old man, then a teleporter, a werewolf, and finally some adamantite. I also appreciate that there's a bit of Tela energy when it comes to Galuf, with Bart's giving him shit like making fun of his memory here. I know I already mentioned that, but it keeps happening and it's just funny. We fly just a bit northwest toward the meteorite. Don't mind me landing on the wrong side, a bit embarrassing for sure, and Galuf activates a secret entrance for us to grab the material. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. That was far too easy. Not a single combat encounter. Yup, Bart senses an enemy, the fittingly named Adamantoids. Ferris' Gaia ability brings stalactites down on top of it, a move of questionable effectiveness, while Lena's Libra informs us of its measly 2000 HP and a bad case of some ice vulnerability, which of course has me casting Blizzara on Bart's sword, as well as the base spell via Lena, while Ferris gets to utilize her Shiva summon, the two spells combining to take down over a quarter of its health, only for Bart's sword to deal even more damage. Galuf's fists aren't very effective, but that's okay. He's the reason we knew how to find Adamantite. You still matter, buddy. Victory nets us red magic level 3 for Lena, allowing her to cast level 3 black or white magic, but more importantly, it's now time to take on the big ABP challenge. Returning from our quick detour brings us another fun cutscene of the Previas rushing to improve the catapult. The devs stitching together the various time frames to create a sort of time lapse, which is really fun to watch. Only they play the Castle Karnak countdown music as a backdrop, which didn't fit at all. Honestly, a weird choice that kind of stressed me out, especially when something positive is happening here. Also, Bart's must have sleep powers as he wakes up dreaming that the airship is complete. Now we can fly higher, though of course there's a catch. We need to disable the floating city's defense system before we can enter. Final Fantasy V's Death Star equivalent, it seems. Our party dismisses this threat, which I feel is gonna bite me, the player, in the ass. Thanks, guys. With these upgrades, my ship is as versatile as the game's job system. I can fly at the normal sky height, sail the seas, or soar amongst the clouds. It's kind of fun that Final Fantasy III introduced underwater travel via the submarine, 4 brings in space travel, while 5 has us sailing the high skies. Up here is a gorgeous view of the forests and rivers below, perfecting the illusion of atmospheric travel. The Ronka ruins providing an intimidating, unsightly blemish on such a view. Let's fix that, shall we? First, we're to challenge the flamethrowers on either side. The battle screen a backdrop almost rivaling that of our sky travels, with an amalgamation of Death Star gray contrasted with the futuristic red wiring baked in, highlighting the Ronkins' ability to harness tech far beyond their time, all with our airship hovering patiently in the background. Our Millennium Falcon retreat, if you will. Our presence in the sky means Ferris Gaia casts Wind Slash, which deals decent damage against the enemy tech, though we switch to Ramuh's Summon as the weapons are weak to electricity, which makes complete sense. Though Bart's basic Sword Slash deals over 1000 damage per hit without an element, making him the party's ultimate damage dealer here. This battle represents Lenna's first couple ABP points towards her final job level as well, making it monumental for a variety of reasons. Though what's most crazy is our party's ability to take direct missiles from the ship's rocket launchers, which is certainly something. I like that Sid and Mid mentioned taking down the ruins' defense systems without directly telling us ram into each part of the ship to initiate a battle, and doing that 4 times will allow you to enter the ship. Instead, they simply mention the mission without patronizing the player. Though, maybe I needed their direction, as it took me about a minute of floating around to figure out what exactly to attack and how. Consider this. Aside from very rare occasions like approaching Shiva to grab her as a summon, battles in the series thus far are entirely random. You're almost never running into something to initiate battle, East style. This sequence actually demands a shift in your thinking, and clearly it took me a second to wrap my brain around that fact. I'm so conditioned to the randomness that I figured floating around would start a fight. Our group and I generate quite the ego after making quick work of the ruins' defenses, though the ship has other plans. It introduces a level 32 soul cannon with 22,500 HP, which I believe is more than all of the defenses combined. It slowly charges up an attack while its side launchers nip away at our HP, and oddly enough can apply the old status effect, which slowly lowers a character's stats over time as they age until those stats hit 1. I guess missiles in this universe make you age rapidly? Of course, the wiki rubs in my face that level 5 death instantly kills the launchers, but nope, I don't have that. Otherwise, the soul cannon kinda sits there charging its weapon that almost wipes my party upon firing. Though, there's a moment where I take advantage of the active time battle system here. We kept lightning and healing until the thing blew up, which happens when you drain its HP below 10,000, meaning you don't have to completely drain its health. I assume Square tried to intimidate us upon seeing the initial 22,500 number, only for the player to feel a big sense of relief after beating it far earlier. Ferris masters Gaia with this battle, so she can use it with other jobs equipped, and we enter the ruins via a hole left over from the Soul Cannon. It's so cool that Square had sort of a dungeon intro boss rather than just one at the end. This whole sequence is one of the more impressive set pieces in the series this far, even allowing us power in how it plays out through the airship, deciding which part of the ruins to take on first. It makes up for the airship's lack of capabilities compared to some previous games. There's nowhere to heal or buy items in it, no fat Chocobo either, instead forcing me to tap into my hoard of 99 potions, a habit I picked up back in FF1, to heal up after the battle. You know that meme about hoarding items in a JRPG only to never use them? I don't think that applies to Final Fantasy. I'm constantly using items in these games. The dungeon's gimmick is invisible platforms that reveal themselves when touched, allowing you to memorize the path forward to proceed as fast as possible and minimize battles. Though I like to think that from Bart's & Co.'s perspective, they have to be brave and risk death by stepping out into the unknown, trusting that fate won't let them down. That's a more fun way to visualize it. Amongst the Ronkin Knights, Enchanted Fans, and whatever these are that we battle against, my party and I have also come across my nemesis, the Lamia, which caused me such strife in Final Fantasy II, which we defeat in 2 attacks here, so I get my revenge. The loot here ain't half bad either, as we come across some golden armor, elixirs, and Phoenix Downs to add to my collection. The dungeon's many floors put me into a bit of a flow state, one broken by a casual view of King Tycoon on floor 5. He's just standing there, menacingly, at what looks like a snake with wings. I never re-enter that flow state either, thanks to the 6-headed Ghidra, which evaporates my party with lightning and poison attacks. Neither my heals nor Bart's shell could keep up. We finally stumble into the king, who does act normal, ranting about the bedamned Clapperclaw in our way, though not acknowledging his daughters is a big red flag. even as he lets us know the beast, this Archaeoavis, changes its weaknesses at will. At a measly 1600 health, though, this should be no problem, right? Not only does this thing respawn 4 times, but its final phase has 900 more HP, absorbs most magic and summons while railing us with party-wide attacks. King Tycoon, who I'm still pretty suspect of, says the true power of the crystals keeps reviving it, which I'm more than a little confused about considering the crystals are all but destroyed, but considering Exdeath is looking for revival, I think my suspicion is more than enough founded. And get this, apparently level 5 death magic once again destroys the final phase. Make me feel worse about not having it, why don't you? Post-battle, the group hasn't caught on yet, even with Mr. Tycoon's evil laugh. These poor girls. I just hope that this is an illusion of the dad and not a possession, though Galuf believes it's the latter. Either way, these siblings prevent us from attacking their dear father in the crystal room, though fate here has other plans as a meteor smashes into the already quite fragile ruins and in busts a little girl who I recognize from Galuf's flashback. It's his granddaughter, Kryle, who comes in and floors Tycoon. Galuf actually takes a second before he recognizes her, and then literally punches his confusion away, which is a bit odd, actually. Kind of fourth wall breaking, which I guess is fitting with this game after the dancer asked us to join her earlier, but our boy's memory is back. The girls check on their father, who is finally back to normal, and really sweetly recognizes Ferris by her real name, Cereza. Hooray for men recognizing their kin after a period of forgetfulness. Though the celebrations are cut short as the final crystal explodes, which probably means we're going to crash land, since the crystal is what powers our flight. The game certainly makes it look that way with a camera spinning down back towards the ground, yet just as we're about to crash, a pulsing purple portal appears and shoots back up to the crystal room. I feel a bit tricked, to be honest. The camera made it look like we were crashing, but maybe that's the game being meta again, with Exdeath trolling us via camera. Who really knows? But the villain is finally here. We know what he looks like, and the threat is solidified. Galuf and the villain acknowledge their history as Exdeath possesses the crystals to do his bidding and spin them in circles around us, which I must admit isn't very threatening. It's just kind of funny, at least for a second, until he makes the crystals attack Bart's. He ends up fine as Exdeath goes on to say Galuf's world is next and disappears. The king addresses us next, calling forth the Earth Crystal to take back its power from him. He takes blow after blow as the crystal's busted pieces come to take back what was rightfully theirs, and, perhaps rather obviously, the king dies. Apologizing to the girls for his lack of fatherhood, addressing Ferris especially, and allowing us to absorb what might be the final jobs. The samurai, dragoon, dancer, and chemist. Man, I'm so excited to use jump again, but later. What's important here is that, for at least a moment, Ferris knew what it was like to have a father. Tycoon's body disappears, leading me to believe this is far from one of Final Fantasy IV's fake-outs, and the ruins, stripped of their power, begin to explode, crash landing to become ruins squared. The party rushes back to the airship as Ferris, the pirate leader, after all, takes helm. Despite Lena's loss, she gained family in Ferris, so at least she isn't alone. But still, having spent the last days of her father's life not knowing if he was dead or alive, it's nice to know that his final moments had them together, saving the world. A mission worthy of giving one's life, much like traveling to space in an attempt to expand human horizons. And I hope that sits well with her in time. Galuf, memory now intact, fills in a few story blanks as well, reiterating Exdeath's purpose, how the Dawn Warriors sealed him away in this alternate world, and revealing that his old crew took the meteors here once they realized something was up with the crystals. Oddly enough, Meteors crashing onto Earth didn't only signal catastrophe, but rather protection. And how cool is that? They use meteors to travel between worlds. Square steps it up with their event scene direction here. Galuf, perched on the ship's edge, pacing amongst their floating base, recounting his past. The girls a scene away in mourning as Galuf regales such terrible information, as if one of Captain Jack Sparrow's monologues, but heartfelt, not manipulative, came to in reality. Scenes like this in 3D come the later games are sure to be a treat. Galuf and Kryle leave us to stop Exdeath once again, though I'm unsure how he'll accomplish that with both Werewolf and Dorgan down, and who was the last of his party members. Bartz, having finally overcome his laziness at the beginning of the story, tries to join to Galuf's denial, and the other worlders are off, as we, the player, return to our airship. As you can imagine, it takes about 5 seconds for our crew to want to go after Galuf anyways, but how? Well, they should know this by now. We talk to Sid in mid. Back to the Batcave we go. The game has set up a bit of a routine of returning to the Catapult to talk to our lads after any important story moment. It has grown into a comforting rhythm, one that the game decides to destroy after Exdeath comes back to life. Sid and Mid aren't here, and I thought perhaps I missed where they may be next. Did they tell us where they were going? Turns out we're not supposed to know where they went. I checked all over the base, the Black Chocobo Forest, and eventually I used a guide to find out exactly where they're at after I roamed the world a bit. Turns out they leave a note in the base that I totally missed. The Previas are back at the meteorite, returning the Adamantite. Apparently it's dangerous now, so they're putting it back where it came from. The group realizes that the Adamantite is recharging the meteorite. Theoretically, enough power should get us to Galuf's world. Herein lies a fetch quest. We must travel to the other meteorites and recharge each one. A perfect time for us to try out a new job or two. I switch Bartz to a katana-wielding samurai that can damage enemies by throwing money at them through Xenonage, keeping the knight's two-handed ability as well. Well, I'd like to, but I don't have any katanas on me, so I give him a dagger and the Mystic Knight's Spellblade as an ability as sort of a temporary condolence. He also holds a shield. What kind of samurai holds a shield? The Previas seem to have everything under control at this second meteorite, only to be interrupted by a set of Parabolos with oodles of HP. Xenonage nails them at over 4k damage each, though they don't just disappear, instead using the Arise ability to evaporate, which is odd. But it turns out I got super lucky. This battle is supposed to be very hard, with the enemies reviving their teammates if I were to defeat them one by one. Instead, I'm supposed to defeat them all at once. Bartz the Samurai did so before the group even had a chance to attack. It's all thanks to Xenonage, and as we'll learn as the video continues, this is not the only time I'll be thanking this ability. The Previas praise our power, and Lena is almost 100 ABP points into her final Red Mage level. But before the next meteorite, we stop at Jachol to get our boy a damn katana and find Ashura, which, when paired with the two-handed ability, skyrockets Bart's attack from 23 to 84. Top-tier stuff. The Previas take their sweet time at the Gohn meteorite, so we enter to find them held hostage by a Chimera brain. Bartz deals a clean 738 damage with his new weapon, while the environment here makes Ferris Gaia cast Ignis Fatus, a hilarious name. But we're actually no better than Sid in mid, as the brain takes us down using its party-wiping frost ability. I expected this to be a simple battle and went in without too much creativity, but attempt number 2 has me experimenting a bit more. But ultimately, everything comes down to Xenonage, which deals 3150 to Clean House, leveling the samurai to unlock Mineuchi, a paralysis ability. I don't know why I'd ever use that though over the game-breaking Xenonage, but we'll see if it needs a use. Something funny in this sequence is that the Previas are always saying, let's go to the next meteorite, but never clarifying which one that is, leading me on a bit of a wild goose chase each time. I like that the game gives us a mini-boss gauntlet to test out the new Earth Crystal jobs, though, as I said, I'm largely trying to stick with my existing jobs and level them up to see all their abilities, so I don't take massive advantage of that aside from the samurai. But what this sequence really does is allow us to feel Galuf's absence. It would be a bit ridiculous to go and have him back right away, so the moments of him being gone are allowed to breathe a bit. Both a smart gameplay and story moment. I will say though, I'm struggling to find new black magic for Lena to use. She's definitely a bit underpowered right now because she can only use black magic up to level 3, but that's because there's a trade-off for making her the Swiss Army knife red mage instead of the honed and serious black mage, as the black mage could use super high level spells right now. Karnak marks the third and final meteorite. The ids are fed up at this point, seeing a monster inside and having us kill it before they get screwed over this time. The monster is Titan, who I recall is an earth summon from previous games and one of my most common attacks with Rydia in Final Fantasy IV. Libra marks it as level 1 with 2500 HP, so I'm expecting some sort of gimmick here. There is. It's that upon defeat, the Titan casts Earthshaker to deal 400 to 500 points of damage, ending Lena, but the other two survive, so Faris is able to earn a new summon. A map ends up showing the center point between all 4 meteorites, and we arrive to find a portal. Knowing that this might be a path of no return, our members say their goodbyes. Bartz, of course, mentions Boko the Chocobo, but he doesn't mention the girl who's been waiting for him back home. But the heart wants what the heart wants, and this boy's heart is content with an overgrown chicken. We're sent into space and crash land into Galuf's world. Nothing but the sound of the surrounding waves to accompany us. Both my eyes and the map screen state that we are on a deserted island, so it's time to rest after our harrowing journey through space. The two siblings share a short moment where Lena reveals she saved the Windrake earlier, poisoning herself to do so because it reminds her of her mother. It appears that Faris is seconds from learning about her family, but we're ambushed by the aptly named Abductors, creatures Bartz can fight off with his normal abilities but who are immune to Xenonage, a truly telling sign of evil. As if to mark the game's shift into its higher stakes, they fight dirty too, knocking us out with gas rather than on fair terms. Exdeath is here, and he isn't f***ing around. We wake up in prison for the second time this adventure. A prison in Castle Exdeath, the villain informs us, as the game's next act wastes no time in getting started. Exdeath can now use us as blackmail, and threatens to end us should Kryl and Galuf attack the castle, stopping our hero's assault as Galuf takes to Windrake to try and break in unnoticed rather than with a full army, and we get to play as him, alone. The game's challenge keeping pace with the story. We've completely lost control of our journey, but when you think about how the crystals were destroyed no matter what we tried, did we really ever have control? These serious moments are not to say that Final Fantasy V sheds all of its goofiness. Galuf approaches the prison as Gilgamesh, Exdeath's right-hand man, watches over us. Galuf's monk job beats him up no problem while the guy shouts out sitcom one-liners and bails.
Why, is that so inconceivable?
And with a joyous leap, we escape. I do wish we had a bit more time alone with Galuf, a moment the game hinted at back when discovering the Ronkin ruins, as breaking out of prison almost immediately kinda serves to undercut Exdeath's newly established power, yet we continue, sneaking under prison cells to prevent getting caught. The unfamiliar world works wonders to shake up the game's visuals, with swamps and water-type enemies to contrast against the many deserts and plains of Bart's world, like the Strapar that halves my character's levels. their battles taking place against a gorgeous night sky, the planet's moon reflecting off the lake surrounded by suffocating pine. Our view from this clearing might rival some in reality. But our only way out is across this bridge, where Gilgamesh appears once again, serving to balance the game's two tones by becoming an actual threat this time, while still quipping and goofing. You'd never catch Golbez ranting like this, that's for sure. Defeating him causes Castle Exdeath to exude a portal, sending our crew soaring while Kryle remains safe in the bridge's entryway. It's nothing short of a miracle that we all end up in the same spot, even if it's a monster-filled mess. Tensions are high though, as Galuf yells at Bartz for having to save them once again, even if he's secretly pleased we've arrived. I understand Galuf's anger. It's hard enough to tell people you care about what you need from them, only to have them throw that back in your face. The initial response might be anger or denial, like if someone tells you, hey, that person you're dating, they're not good for you. Only when you break up a year later, you realize in retrospect that your friends might have been right all along, that the people who love you will try to do what's best for you, especially when you can't see that path yourself. Galuf thought he had this handled, but Bartz and crew knew he needed help. We went against his wishes because we love him. Battling through waves of mutated sea monsters lend believability to the danger everyone keeps talking about, the cost of the freedom that's finally available to us. It's also an opportunity to earn some gil, a resource I've been notably short on throughout the journey so far, and I'm sure Bart's Zenon Age is not helping. We're also entering the part of the game where spells are far more expensive. Acquiring Bio, one of my favorite spells in the series, costs just under half of my reserves, and the spell Drain costing the other half, as we make a quick stop at the town of Regole. It's always odd roaming a peaceful town on the verge of the world's destruction. These people have no idea what just happened on the other side of their land. We're the first visitors in years. Well, this guy might have heard something, but he seems to be in the minority. They don't even have a dancer, as Bartz takes up the role for a measly 100 gil. The series has an interesting blend of linear and non-linear progression that seems most prominent in this game. Like, of course you were going to come across this town as it's the only way to go, but the constant battles, the breadth of the world as made apparent by the world map, lend themselves to a feeling of being lost. It's a delicate balance that the game does a good job of, guiding you along through chatting with townspeople and making sure you remain curious. Galuf wakes up mid-rest with Bartz to follow. The two address their argument, and Galuf calms on the matter, even noting that the barrier would have sent him, Kryle, and his army flying regardless of if Bartz and crew arrived. All it took was a little time and some famed Regole brew to bring our boys back together, and rightfully so. Bartz and crew are already in this world. There's nothing to be done about that now, and there's little time to waste. A kid mentions Moogles in a nearby forest, found southeast of the village. Inside is a neat magnify effect surrounding Bartz, as if we're peeking down at him through a tangle of branches, not unlike an ant among grass blades. Final Fantasy V's Moogles are timid compared to the rest, as this one sprints into what must be a covered trap, and we follow suit into an underground waterway, the current sweeping us away like a leaf in the wind. 5 has so many little moments that constantly keep you guessing about what's going to happen next, and I really appreciate that. Not only is our Moogle in danger, but he's under threat by a T-Rex's reanimated skeleton who wipes the floor with me until I use Zenon Age as a last resort. I'm pretty sure this is my first Final Fantasy experience with a game-breaking skill, but unfortunately, since everyone died, Bartz is the only recipient of a hefty 9 ABP. Lena's the one who really needs those. Speaking of Lena, her more innocent nature appeals to the Moogle, who shows the player a path to its home, carefully avoiding deserts. A path I'm punished for trying to shortcut through by a sand crawler before once again using Zenon Age to save my ass, and we enter this game's Moogle village. An area I hope continues into every sequel from here onward. There's even a fun side story where the crew dons a Moogle costume to charm another Moogle into unlocking their chest. While Bro loads us up with gear, it telepathically communicates to Kryl that we're hiding out here. Her Windrake the strength for one more flight, and they take us back to Galuf's castle. The power of friendship wins out once again. And just in time, as I don't think my party could have handled that area's difficulty much longer. Galuf's soldiers inform us of Exdeath's power, and Galuf's humility is on clear display here, having never even mentioned to us he's a king despite recovering his memory. He and Bart's relationship is clearly on the up and up as they mess with each other, the game doing a bit of show don't tell in lieu of its limited graphical style. I love that Square refuses to let graphical limitations inhibit their storytelling. They continue to push these visuals to the max in as many creative ways as they can, and I know that only continues into FF6, the little bit that I've played so far. But we can't pass Exdeath's barrier without a Windrake, and ours is dying, presenting another opportunity for this world to stand out from Bart's in that it's clearly more fantasy-oriented. We are to find Dragongrass in Drakenvale, the Valley of the Drakes, but this means passing through Quelb, the werewolf town. Of course! No wonder Galuf teamed up with a werewolf 30 years ago when taking down Exdeath. They're perfectly normal in his world. But Quelb is about far more than werewolves. It's in this town that Bart's becomes more than a simple guy. As we've established, Bart stands out from the party in one key way. He's not royalty. Ferris and Lena are daughters of a king, and Galuf is one himself. While this doesn't grant them more or less power than Bart's simply due to the game's job system, there's far less mystery to who they are. Ferris and Galuf have already had major character arcs, both realizing who they are either through meeting others or through memory reparation, while Lena lost a father and gained a sister, and will surely take the throne once this is all over. All we know about Bart's is that his parents died when he was young, and that he's from Lix. Otherwise, he's been the largely happy-go-lucky guy. It's time for a change. Quelb introduces us to Kelger, the next of the four that sealed Exdeath away. So the werewolf we see in that flashback was not the one that died saving us from the fire crystal, but rather Kelger, who still exists here in Galuf's world. Kelger is distrustful of the party due to us coming from the world in which Exdeath was sealed, demanding to fight us as a result. But the game shifts responsibility away from the player here and uses this moment for story instead. Kelger Superman speeds around Bart's in an attempt to overwhelm him, but our guy remains calm. He sees through Kelger's illusion and Hulk punches him into tomorrow. Surprised, our toothy friend asks how a normal guy could execute such a skill, to which Bart's attributes his dad, Dorgan. A clever bit of writing there leading into the boys revealing that Dorgan, alongside Xezat Surrogate, was one of the 4 Dawn warriors that sealed Exdeath away. A quick aside, the writer in me appreciates the "what small worlds we live in" turn of phrase. A play on the common "what a small world we live in" you hear in real life, only doubled to address this game's existence of 2 worlds. Anyway, the warriors followed Exdeath to Bart's world and used the crystals to seal him away. Dorgan couldn't stomach the idea of making Exdeath another world's problem in case the seal were ever to break, and stayed as its sole defender. This scene provides much more than a simple lore dump in establishing the 4 Dawn warriors, but it also reveals exactly where Bart's largely heart of gold comes from. Both he and his father have now given up their own world for the sake of others. I think we all know this, but doing the right thing is difficult. It often means forsaking your personal desires for that of what's good for others. But why do we do so? Because it makes us feel good? Because a higher being demands that we do? Because someone inspired us to do so? Every person striving for objective good has their reasons, but more often than not, someone inspired them to be this way. Personally, my best friend's dad, who is unfortunately no longer with us, was that huge inspiration for me. He's one of the best people I've ever known, instilling charitability, humility, and responsibility into me by example. The man retired early, having helped develop my city's public transit systems into what they are today, only to spend his retired time volunteering at various park districts and food drives. He valued time with others over money and status, and his son carries those values as I try to as well. While real life doesn't require us to abandon our world to save another, at least not yet, I have full confidence that my friend's dad would have been the first to do so, and I see a lot of my friend's relationship with his dad in Dorgan and Bart's. Kelger is too weak to follow us. It turns out he was sick even before Bart's beating him, but the werewolf does unlock the northern gate for us to reach the Valley of Drakes. The valley is tough, and even after hitting monk level 6, I notice Galuf falling behind a bit in terms of damage. I switch him to Bard, which sings songs via the harp, songs that you acquire while exploring the world and talking to people, or sometimes werewolves, such as the one in Quelb who gave me the Requiem song. I also give Galuf the plus 20% HP ability that he earned from the monk. So the Requiem song damages the undead, and there are countless undead dragons and dinosaurs in these here mountains. I see where Dark Souls got its inspiration. Our king is now approaching Zenon Age level damage here, and I feel like I need to start picking up on the game's cues a bit more. We were given Requiem right before entering the valley for a reason. Square is throwing me every bone it can, and I just need to act like a dog and catch. Through the valley is an evil dragon pod that Ferris's Gaia makes short work of, and the dragon grass is ours. It's fitting that Ferris deals massive damage here as she masters the Geomancer, and it's time to swap. Let's go with the Dancer to start, a fighter whose smooth moves confuse enemies, leaving blood on the dance floor. The Dancer can charm enemies with their seductive capabilities, or use dance to inflict a random ability that might confuse, drain, or attack for 4 times the character's normal damage output. These abilities paired with Gaia make for a randomized wrecking ball packed into an unassuming young woman. We see immediate use here, with Ferris turning a poisoned eagle away from us to create a 5 vs 1 battle against these unrelenting undead, and I plan on continuing this strategy. Our group re-enters Galuf's castle the back way since the guards won't let us in after their king said, "Don't open these doors for anyone," and find Kryl collapsed, weak from a sage, Ghido, communicating through her mind. Ghido prophesied that the crystals would break, and perhaps he knows more. You might notice the game including Kryl more and more, with her psychic abilities being relevant to the story despite her not having a traditional job. It's very Final Fantasy IV in that way, being one of the only characters with notable powers that affect the story. She's also got smarts, and this comes to a head when the Windrake refuses to eat the dragon grass, as the dragon pod is what turned into it, and the dragon pod is what killed most of the Windrakes. Lena decides to take a bite in solidarity, though it's poisonous to humans, and Kryl cures her with an antidote one can assume she created. I don't know where else it would have came from. With the Windrake healed, we take off, and instead of hitting Ghido's island, we come across Xezat's castle, and learn he's off leading a fleet to take down Exdeath. I mentioned in the intro that when Square was asked if there was pressure to make a game that was bigger and better than Final Fantasy IV, scene designer Keizu Chocobo addressed some feedback that 4 was too linear and that bored some players. So they made 5 more open as a result, and Xezat's castle feels like one of those parts. I came across it by accident while searching for Ghido, enjoying a quick detour and an opportunity to pick up some new weapons, including a small puzzle where I helped this librarian put books back into their proper sections. Why didn't you just do it yourself? I'm rewarded with Float though, an ability for hovering over dangerous ground, a spell relevant even all the way back in Final Fantasy I, believe it or not. But Square won't let us off that easy. Exdeath somehow sinks Ghido's island the moment we arrive, the game pulling a fast one on us by playing explorative music right as we pull up, setting us up for a journey only to rug pull our excitement. But the Windrake saves our lives as we meet Xezat's fleet, now without a plan. Maybe our solution is related to this guy's sighting of a giant eye in the lake. Perhaps we'll figure that out later though. But right now, Xezat feels like another Galuf, also a humble king, with a plan to dig under Castle Exdeath's barrier via the ocean. A plan cut short as monsters attack, and Xezat yells that Exdeath got the jump on him somehow, which dude, you have a massive fleet outside his castle. Of course he's going to send his monsters after you. Gilgamesh returns with a Pokemon reference and a sidekick, and defeating him leads to one of the game's best rewards yet in a damn submarine. The group begins Mission Impossible, and we enter what's called a barrier tower, one of the towers holding up Castle Exdeath's barrier. Breaking it should break the barrier, and inside the castle we'll go. Many of my videos mention how I'm more of an aggressive gamer, believing that inflicting damage is often faster than applying damage debuffs, etc. It's not always a logical approach, but it's just how I am, okay? The Bard breaks that thought process right open with Swift Song, an ability that increases my party's speed while performed. That and Romeo's Ballad, which stops enemies for a period of time, are abilities so powerful I can't believe they exist. Part of what makes the Bard job so mind-breaking is that there's no cost to using these abilities. No magic drain, nothing. Unlimited use. And it gets through defensive abilities like Reflect since it's not technically magic, which is super helpful when fighting the Reflect Knight. For Ferris's Dancer, I found the RNG for the dance ability a little inconsistent. While something like Sword Dance, the ability that 4x's her damage, was super powerful, it didn't appear enough for me to be happy with my job selection. So I switch her to the Mystic Knight for now, bringing back Summon as the second ability because it's so damn cool, channeling that Rydia energy. Up top we face Atomos, a comet-casting creature that crushes my characters only to drag them into another dimension. Our first battle has me focus far too much on rezzing my teammates and failing to inflict damage, so attempt number 2, I focus on keeping Bartz alive to deal 3,300 damage with, you guessed it, Xenonage, and we win with Dorgan's son barely standing. Ferris swept away into places unknown. Yet, while we destroy the tower's antenna, Xezat is down below at the generator. He ends up trapped inside, and we have no way to save him. Bart stops Galuf from trying to save his friend, another case of our loved ones knowing what's best for us, as Xezat gives a final speech, essentially stating that our party must now take on the Dawn Warrior mantle. Bartz knocks Galuf out so we can move him, our main man overcoming his fear of heights to save our friend as they jump onto the Windrake. Returning to the sub, our plan worked. Galuf, at this point, is understandably depressed. His old friend group, the warriors who originally took down Exdeath, 2 of them are dead and 1 is very injured. Sure, we may have broken Exdeath's barrier, but at what cost? Ferris notes that we still have Ghido's sunken island to find now that we have a submarine, so there's still a bit of hope, but Galuf can't enter battle with his soul so empty. It's like sending a Mass Effect 2 member on the suicide mission without completing their loyalty mission. It simply won't end well. The submarine adds another level of depth, to exploration, allowing us to enter caves and uncover sunken loot. It's not far off from Final Fantasy III's implementation, and it's cool to have here amongst the other forms of travel. The sub also acts as a restorative base, an ability that even this game's airship lacks, at least from what I can find. Ghido's cave limits exploration through rocks, asking you to place one in a chest to open its relevant door, hitting switches to open pathways until you make it through, all while fighting metamorphic beasts that are a pain in the ass to take down due to their ever-changing strengths and weaknesses. And that's not even to mention the druids, which remove my party members from battle using Encircle. The whole cave is a memory test, really, forcing you to note down which chests open which doors, how switches affect nearby paths, and challenging what you remember about the game's variety of enemies. I don't remember that much, I just end up running from them after a while. Past these puzzles, we uncover a turtle. Yes, a turtle. One that Bartz, admittedly out of character, starts hitting until it yells at him. Perhaps I'm looking too much into this, but I feel like Square broke Bart's character for a funny moment. I really just can't imagine him bashing a living creature for no reason. But that aside, Ghido reveals to us that the sentient Forest of Moor is where Exdeath was born, when a tree used for sealing away evil spirits became sentient itself, meaning Exdeath is no human. He's a tree gone rogue. Honestly, it makes sense. No human would come up with the name Exdeath. I exaggerate, but really, it's neat that Square came up with such an original enemy origin story. The series has tried its hand at political drama, and will again in the far future, so having a villain that's just created to be evil is fun in a Saturday morning cartoon kind of way, and pairs greatly with the sitcom-style writing of the enemy's right-hand man. Our feud is not born from battling over our love for the same woman, nor from years of built-up rage over being used to push a king's private agenda. Both Exdeath and Gilgamesh are here as a reason to experiment with all of these jobs. Anyways, now it's time to destroy him. Ghido actually sealed Exdeath away 500 years ago when it first became sentient, with the Dawn Warriors doing so once again when he broke out 30 years ago. Now, Ghido is done with sealing Exdeath away, demanding we destroy him instead, learning from his mistakes it seems. And Exdeath is now on his way to the Guardian Tree, the tree Ghido sealed him within for an unknown reason, so let's get a move on. One can only enter the town of Moor from underwater, rising to the surface at a specific spot. Everyone, and I mean everyone in the town has stories of the forest. An old man even hints at Kupo activity, and we stock up on the powerful diamond gear available. As fun as the story can be at times, and despite me being physically unable to take Exdeath's name seriously, his power is not to be trifled with. I do everything I can here to prepare, even selling the Hypno Crown, an item that boosts the Beastmaster's control success rate for a whopping 37,500 gil to afford more spells. Though Lena's red magic caps her at level 3 black and white magic spells, a limitation I'm really starting to feel here. But I mustn't give up maxing out her red mage job. I gotta compensate using my other party members. Only 697 ABP to go. From there we enter the forest, a forest that messes with players in real life it seems. A mini magician creature turns the siblings mini, and thinking I could turn them both back in one cast, I end up using a party-wide mini, which ends up making everyone small instead of curing just the two. Honestly, I feel like it should have cured the tycoons while making Galuf and Bart's mini, but alas, I died laughing when this happened. A townsman had told us to interact with the forest's tree holes, which lead us through tree-like passageways that remind me a bit of the mini locations in Final Fantasy III, only we're normal-sized here. Unfortunately, Galuf masters the Bard here, and while keeping him around would certainly be beneficial to the party, it feels wasteful not to use the ABP for another job's growth, so he becomes a chemist with the Sing secondary ability. Quite the experienced guy, this Galuf. The chemist is an item-focused job that doubles the effect of healing items while harnessing drinks, consumables that increase stats. But the chemist's real power is in Mix, which combines two items to result in a damage-dealing or party-buffing entity. As cool as that is, the class doesn't really fit with my playstyle I'll eventually learn, so I soon swap him to the tried-and-true Dragoon, putting some honor on our boy Kain, while still keeping Sing as the secondary ability. In case you're unaware, Dragoons have a 2-turn jump ability that deals significant damage while avoiding attacks made during their leap. Equipping a spear doubles the damage output. Not long after, what I assume to be Exdeath sets fire to the forest, only for Moogles to come save us, and that leads to a battle with the Guardian Tree, or 4 questionable creatures with varying weaknesses that even Xenonage struggles to defeat. It's only after some grinding that I'm able to overcome the challenge, as well as Ferris's Earthen Wall summon earned via the optional Golem fight at the Valley of the Windrakes. While battling there, you may run across a Golem that begs for help. The Golem will join the party upon defeating all enemies besides him, providing you one of the most powerful summons in the game, Earthen Wall, which protects your party from physical attacks under a certain limit. Here, it negates the boss from almost one-shotting us to dealing, at certain times, damages in the low 20s. I hear one of this series' stronger suits is optional content, and as someone who missed varying amounts of that in previous games due to playing blind, I feel like side content is getting a lot more in your face as the series continues, making it harder to miss, and I appreciate that. Extra summons like Shiva are sitting in plain sight as you explore. The piano scale is prevalent in every bar, and the golem appears multiple times while you explore the Valley of Drakes, even if you defeat it once or twice. I feel less like I'm missing out, and more like I'm participating in everything the game has to offer, and that's largely thanks to Square's placing this content front and center for even inexperienced players to enjoy. But with victory comes a serious problem. We made a mistake. Exdeath appears, revealing we broke the final 4 seals, this world's 4 crystals, that were holding him back. It's all clear now why Exdeath kept us alive this long. He never meant to kill us, only to make us desperate, to think we've gotten the upper hand by defeating a tree in the forest he was born, only for it to be his plan all along. It's trickery in its purest form, and the sign of a great villain. At this point, all seems lost. Exdeath does intend to kill now, only for Kryl to knock the beast unconscious, having felt Galuf's turmoil through her connection with him, alongside her Moogle communicating with those in the Forest of Moor. The game has shown her power in small ways, such as her telepathy with Ghido, but now we get to see it for real. Even so, her power's not enough. Exdeath ambushes Kryl and slams her into walls so hard that I don't think this scene would be allowed in 3D. It ends up being so violent that it triggers the end of Galuf's arc. Our man has played his part in saving the world, his friends are all but dead, and he's able to thrust his responsibilities onto a new generation. In a final act of love, he pushes back against the crystal's power, shattering it to save Kryl from certain death, and with a scream, we enter battle with Exdeath, the villain posing like a royal portrait come to life, wearing a sky blue armor set adorned with gold trimmings, hints of tomato red littered throughout. And not to mention his sword that's certainly the length of our party combined, if not longer. Galuf might as well be an ant in comparison, but with the will of a god, I join his battle with Exdeath far past the 0 HP mark, our damage paltry in comparison, and after what feels like a lifetime, Exdeath has had enough. Embodying his true power, the villain casts Flare, Holy, and Meteor, only to miss completely because I've jumped in the air. Not to ruin an epic moment or anything, but come on, this is hilarious. Obviously, Galuf would have survived anyways, as made clear by Exdeath's preceding dialogue, but what a missed spectacle. I simply don't get the joy of seeing Galuf tank those 3 spells at once. The result of Square giving players too much control, rather than carefully timing which jobs will be available at each fight. I love it. This isn't anger or hatred, Galuf says. Then what is it? Exdeath bites back. And we don't receive an answer. I'd like to believe the answer is love. Galuf's love for Kryl and his friends kept him going in this pivotal moment. And with that, one of the 4 crystals truly destroyed, Exdeath beaten back for now, Galuf is laid to rest. His final action comes from the afterlife, using the Guardian Tree's power to transfer his into Kryl, and she joins our party. Now that's how you kill off a well-loved character. Empowered by my rage, I did quite a bit of grinding off camera, leveling the party 9 times and earning just under 300,000 gil. I spend all of it and more, buying new gear, spells, and tons of items. Lena is so much closer to the level 4 Red Mage. Think about that. Lena has been the Red Mage for most of Act 1 and all of Act 2 so far, and she'll finally be a master upon Act 3. And I've gotta say, this is the most fun grinding has ever been. swapping between jobs and unlocking their unique skills to combine with other jobs later. There's always something to work toward, and when you've mastered a job, you can simply switch to a new one via the menu. There are no blockers. You don't have to head to a certain NPC halfway across the world. There's nothing like that. And the Pixel Remaster's unlimited inventory space ensures you're always equipped as needed. It's awesome. But with the grinding finished, Castle Exdeath is open, and he's on the top floor. And doesn't Kryl look so grown up in her Dragoon armor? She's been proven as someone not to underestimate, and partway into Castle Exdeath, her power is highlighted once again. She realizes that this castle, everything we've been fighting through, it's an illusion. She reaches out to Grandpa, whose spirit informs Kelger to go help them. Look, he even floats instead of walking. The two Dawn Warriors combine their power to break the illusion, allowing Kelger a proper send-off as well. If you thought Castle Exdeath looked a bit too much like the other ones, it's not because they had the same cross-dimensional architect. It's because it was all a lie. With the illusion gone, Castle Exdeath is revealed to be a hellish, darkly lit, stone-cold fortress decorated in fire and breathing puke-pink, muscly material, not unlike what you'll see in the demonic fortresses of Doom almost exactly a year later. This shift in surroundings alongside mastery of the samurai triggers Bartz to take on the knight, the classic job that goes out of its way to defend others in the party. Paired with two-handed and the fire-infused sword Flame Tongue, he now deals damage in the lower 2000s with the HP to complement it. Inspired, Kryl swaps to the bow-wielding ranger while retaining her Sing ability, a proper Robin Hood unlike anything Exdeath has ever seen. The ranger can increase their accuracy, summon animals to heal the party or damage enemies, and eventually use Rapid Fire, a 4-shot attack that's great for putting down groups or strong enemies in a one-on-one. Seriously, this ability rips. And Lena is finally past the 100 points threshold. My lifetime of dedication is paying off. Now, Exdeath is a lot of things. He's evil, cunning, manipulative, a tree, but I would never have guessed him for a troll. Floor 7 features this slot machine-ass game with a switch that activates a shifting platform, a platform that stops when you step off of it. It's hard to time, and every time you line it up with a breathing wall, it sends one of Exdeath's abductors at you, which is great for experience but not for my item count. Past here are a few of the game's only examples of environmental ability use. Ferris' old Geomancer level 2 skill Light Step to avoid lava damage, and its level 3 skill Find Pits to avoid fake flooring that sends you tumbling back down the way you came. The lack of overall environmental ability use cases is a bit disappointing, but it's also partly the result of the Pixel Remaster's benefits. These games have mini-maps to start, and walking down a secret path reveals the rest of the secret paths on the minimap, which kind of eliminates the need for the Find Paths skill. The Thief's Sprint isn't needed as Sprint is built in, and honestly, this castle might be the only time you need to use Light Step in the entire game. Environmental abilities are a cool idea, but not very fleshed out, though part of that is because Square doesn't want to lock you out of any progress for not using a certain job. If I never used the Geomancer, I'd never have Light Step. The alternative is using Float or wasting a ton of heals and potions to keep your party alive while trudging through literal lava. Too bad we don't have water buckets. But really, this is another effect of allowing us the freedom to choose our jobs rather than locking us into certain abilities at certain points in the game. An example of abilities that do work are in the optional summon fight with Carbuncle, where I got lucky again with my party layout. Ever since its introduction in Final Fantasy III, I've adored the Biospell. It tends to destroy most enemies, and might leave a poison effect for good measure. Issue is, Carbuncle here keeps Reflect on at most times, casting my spells back at me. I made Bartz a samurai again, but Zen and Age did nothing as well. But remember when I made Ferris the Mystic Knight? The Mystic Knight's elemental blade goes right through Reflect, and after casting Bio on her sword, decimated the creature without so much as an HP number. The beauty of the job system shines through once again. So not only do I gain a new summon, one that casts Barrier on all allies, but this battle is Lenna's final Red Mage level up. She's learned Dual Cast, which means she can cast 2 spells per turn, and she's free from the Red Mage's limitations. No more level 3 black and white magic spells, and she can dual cast the higher level ones. The sense of relief is palpable, like landing a long-awaited job interview. I can finally breathe. I switched Lenna right over to the offensive Black Mage with the dual cast ability, and while it's a bit funny to start this late with a low-level job, I have a feeling she'll be able to pull her weight. I can cast Cura in Thundaga, Libra and Drain, Raise and Bio, but there is a downside. Lenna can only cast up to level 3 white magic spells, meaning I'm limited in terms of high-level heals. Sure, I could level up her white mage job and make white magic her second ability, but then I couldn't use dual cast, and that's simply more appealing to me. Plus, there's ways around this. In one battle later on, I have Cryo revive Ferris with a Phoenix down, and then dual cast Cura, putting her right back at max health. This game is so cool. Floor 11 holds an empty chest. Gilgamesh stole whatever was inside, and his 55k HP paired with the epic battle theme means I'm ready for a real fight this time. I've equipped everyone but Lenna with their master jobs, dealing about 10 to 12k damage per turn. With his HP drained, our boy transforms into a genuinely intimidating foe, at least on the surface, despite our past knowledge of him, and reveals the treasure to be Excalibur. Ready for the fight of my life, I panic pick spells and abilities in a rush to throw up as many damage as possible. Only, his attacks either miss or do damage to us in the tens. And here I was, tricked by Square into thinking this would be a serious battle. But it's never a serious battle with Gilgamesh. It's like how the main character in a sitcom appears to learn a lesson at the end of an episode, only for them to revert back to their standard behavior in the next episode. Exdeath bellows over the battle, done with Gilgamesh's BS. Our sentient tree banishes him to another genre, perhaps tragedy, leaving Excalibur behind, not Excalibur. I've been had. This joke of a weapon never misses but deals only 1 damage, though the ninja job can throw it for 9,999 damage. Another example of Square memeing around just because they can. Of course, the game won't tell you that Excalibur does such little damage. I found out the hard way via Bart's single point damage in our next battle. Never using that again. One of the benefits of playing these games in order is seeing when the inside jokes begin. The wiki shows Excalibur in future games as well, and I wonder if it's always the same 1-point damage bit. Finally, floor 13. I'm ready for the final battle with Exdeath. I'm definitely doing better than I normally do in an endgame dungeon. Typically, I die a few times and have to grind a lot, barely scraping by the end fight. But I'm letting my positive momentum carry me forward here. Though Exdeath brings up a curious point. Do we even know why we're fighting him? Is it because Galuf said so? Because we've been told the crystals are so important? It's a noble question to ask. We haven't even had the chance to interrogate what we're doing. What if Ghido is wrong and Exdeath is right? It's unlikely, but hey, I was told a bunch of shit growing up that turned out to be categorically false. Exdeath calls the party simple-minded, and maybe he's right. Bartz yells at him, "You mean you'll turn the Earth into a world full of evil?" But what the hell does that even mean? I know people that think the gay community having rights is a step toward a world full of evil. Granted, Bartz is making a bit of an educated guess here. Exdeath has been destroying crystals, and his palace is full of fire and skulls, but our perceived villain wants to return the Earth to how it used to be. A common theme throughout the game is that the various races are draining the crystals, using up the world's resources, and frankly, not seeming to care about the results. Cid was literally jailed for trying to make people care. What if Exdeath is returning the world to a time where we didn't overuse the crystal's power? Or one that doesn't require them at all? The man is a tree, after all, so there's reason to believe he's an environmentalist. Perhaps a misguided one, but it's still possible. But enough overanalyzing, it's time to battle. Exdeath's paltry 33,000 HP hardly compares to Gilgamesh's 55k, and we're doing good amounts of damage per turn. This should be the easiest endgame fight of any game so far. I die once from failing to keep up with HP management, even with Lena's dual Cura casts, got a bit too greedy as well as a bit too experimental with my current jobs, and fall back to my mastered reliables instead. Earthen Wall paired with Barrier do a lot of heavy lifting here, only I make a noob mistake here and reflect Cura back on Exdeath by casting it on my protected party members, a mistake I tend to make a few times per game, but this just means I can focus on dual offensive spells with Lena, and we destroy Exdeath without a single issue. Job combinations for the win. But something's curious. Beating Exdeath provides no gil, no experience points, no ABP. In fact, this whole sequence is pretty anticlimactic overall. The crystals explode, and we just wake up back in our original world, near Castle Tycoon. This game isn't about to pull the "it was all a dream" thing, is it? Everything seems normal inside the castle. The Chancellor appears oddly okay with his king's death, and even throws a celebration for having Cereza back, reminiscent of the fourth game's ending. This has to be intentional. There's a dance, Bartz falls in love with Ferris once again, and Kryl storms off, probably missing her grandfather. Checking on her, Kryl feels anxious, like something's not right, like Galuf is pushing her to hurry somewhere. Bartz finally addresses the obvious, that we're back in his world and need to find out why. I appreciate that this connection between Galuf and Kryl isn't just appearing now, but continues with her character and power development that the game has established so far. When she took on his power, she established a connection with him. And right now, that connection is telling her she's in the wrong world. You can roam around for a bit here, get sent flying by the dancers, and try to find some semblance of what's going on, but everyone seems chill. There's even a note by King Tycoon detailing Cereza's first ride on Hiryu, only she throws a tantrum instead. Reminds me of my little brother when we were kids. It's apparent we won't figure out anything by staying here. Our pair makes the difficult choice to leave the others behind in pursuit of the truth. Yet the truth pursues us instead, with a guard bashing into us in excitement, sharing news that the Western River Bridge is complete. In a masterful bit of subtle storytelling, there are no battles while exploring the overworld. Perhaps the biggest tip of a hat that something isn't right. Sure, one could maybe explain this with Exdeath's defeat, that all the monsters are gone now, but Kryl's anxiety hints at something more. Everything comes to a head when meeting Boko once again. Bart's Chocobo friend, who now has a wife with kids on the way, yet he's still willing to join us on the adventure. Kryl's abilities are shown a bit more here, with her ability to speak Chocobo. Just a little bit. The game keeping up these small character quirks even amongst our uncertain state. We need this friend to cross the nearby rivers, leading us to a mountain range where, oh no, the ground falls out from under us, and our momentum is shot. Now here's something odd. Bartz gets angry and takes it out on Boko, blaming the bird despite him just ditching his family to come with us. In no way is this Boko's fault, and it's quite out of character for Bartz to act this way. I'd understand if there were a few moments of him losing his cool in this new world, but he's been positive this entire time. I wonder if Square was just trying to portray the desperation of the moment, Bartz finally cracking, but it didn't feel earned, just odd. I'd also like to note Square's ability to instill emotion through text and simple animation. You can feel the tension here without music or sound effects. I didn't cut anything from this sequence. What you're seeing here is how it's experienced in play. Bart's rage as he wrongly accuses the bird, Kryle's rightful defense of Boko, and the start of Bart's negative emotions getting the better of him, even if it could have used some better build-up. It feels like I'm a kid again, watching my parents argue while I sit there, helpless, awkward, and wishing so bad for the moment to pass. But our boy better get his shit together fast, as this is an antlion nest. The fight does end up going fine, though, and a rescue rope arrives after a few moments. Only the rope teases Bart's, getting pulled away as he jumps for it in a not undeserved moment of shame. It turns out to be Ferris, who is quite in character for leaving the function to save her friends. It's a pirate's life for her. Kryle gets a splinter from the whole scenario, but we move along, following the path laid out to us, which takes us to Ghido's cave. Above water in Bart's world. But why is it here? Bart's bashing of the turtle comes in handy here, actually, flipping him over from a state of helplessness, a state he found himself in due to the worlds merging together. This is what Exdeath meant by returning the world back to how it was. Grab a snack because here's a lore dump. 1,000 years ago, Bart's and Kryle's world were one. At that time existed an evil presence called Enuo, the ultimate baddie. Enuo created and ruled over the Void, the space where Exdeath banished Gilgamesh in our last battle with him, once again foreshadowing and earning this story reveal. The game presents tertiary questions that linger in the back of your mind while tackling the main plot, and that sprinkling of information throughout the adventure is the difference between moments like these feeling rewarded or ham-fisted. Using 12 legendary weapons, heroes at the time were able to defeat Enuo, but couldn't close the Void. Instead, they split the 8 crystals into 2 worlds, 4 each, and the Void was sealed in between the two as a place called the Interdimensional Rift. So Exdeath's merging of the worlds works in theory, but without the crystals, elements like wind, fire, and earth can no longer operate. Yet before Ghido can finish explaining that, Square answers another lingering question. A familiar evil theme begins to play as Kryle's splinter goes sentient, and it's revealed to be Exdeath, his tree origins playing a part. Yes, he really turned himself into a splinter upon his defeat. Our poorly named nemesis wants the Void for himself. He doesn't care about the elements not working in the real worlds. And now, the Void is breaking out of its prison due to the worlds merging, consuming places like Castle Tycoon, the castle where Lena is at this very moment. Despite our previous victory, we're helpless to do anything, as if Exdeath let us win once again to continue his plans. It's only through Ghido that we stand a chance. The Wise Turtle and Interdimensional Monster battle it out, and this isn't even the game's first Stephen King reference. But the game's main villain is too powerful and sends us flying away, crash landing right in front of the Library of Ancients. Ghido notes its importance, Bart's is left confused, and I'm left loving their relationship. Ghido constantly rails on Bart's. He's like the one character that doesn't find Bart's endearing, always making dry jokes that go right over his head. Most of his comments give me a belly laugh, even rereading them while writing this now. Ghido even slightly implies we could have resolved the story earlier had Bart's known of the library's importance. Our guy rattling on Ghido's shell was really quite a poor introduction to the sage. But even so, Ghido isn't all mean to him. Even noting that Exdeath's initial release was not our fault at all, suggesting it was a natural result of the way the world as we know it has been working this far. But I must state my annoyance at something. This isn't the first time Final Fantasy V conveniently throws us across the world right in front of the next plot point. It's frankly lazy storytelling by now, and while I hate using that word as nothing in game development is truly lazy, Square really has just been moving us through the story here without much thought in the way of reason. Coincidences in stories happen often, and they're often needed to get a plot going without wasting a player's time. It's super convenient that Galuf's meteor crashed right next to Bart's, just as it's convenient that Cecil and Kain ran into a super powerful summoner that fateful day, triggering Cecil's ultimate decision to betray the Empire. But even then, Cecil was already questioning his intelligence, and if it wasn't meeting Rydia that made him act, something else would've. But when these coincidences happen too often, it feels less like the narrative's momentum carried us there, instead exposing that Square needs us at the Library of Ancients to keep the plot going, and either ran out of time or lacked the desire to introduce that naturally. Inside the library is a tome that tells us how to defeat Exdeath, and Ghido just keeps going. The 12 legendary weapons, they are weapons, they are legendary, there are even 12 of them. Ironically, Exdeath's merging of worlds actually brought the two halves of the sealed tome together, as it allowed the librarians from Surgit to meet with the Ancients. You can actually learn about the tome in some optional dialogue at Surgate Castle. A librarian will mention holding half of a powerful book, with the other half lost to time, turns out at the Library of Ancients. It's a clean bit of narrative cause and effect. Exdeath gets what he wants, while enabling us to find the one thing that explains how to beat him. The tome reveals that the 12 weapons are stored in the Castle of Kuza, which was actually mentioned back in Regole. I tried entering the castle at the time and got wrecked both inside and out of it. But to unseal the legendary weapons stored within, we must find 4 tablets spread all around the world. But the tome does not give us straight answers, rather a riddle. One tablet rests along spirits of the past, blessed by soil. Another within an island shrine, kissed by wind. A third beneath the ocean's floor, engulfed by flames, with the 4th resting beyond the river's torrents, protected by water. It's clear these are themed tablets after the 4 elemental crystals, earth, wind, fire, and water, though I'm not sure if that means we can restore the crystals through the tablets, or if they're just spiritual successors to the crystals. Ghido even gives us the first riddle solution, with the tablet lying in the pyramid in the desert of the shifting sands, and sends us off. Yes, even Bart's. Exploring the world is wild now. Castle Surgit is here, high-level enemies roam the plains, and I don't even have the red mage I worked all game to acquire. I love when games have the balls to mess with the familiar, raining hell on the areas you've come to love. It reinvigorates the novel wonder that comes with navigating a world for the first time, injecting it with a sense of mystery and making sure you're never too comfortable. Since when is an adventure supposed to be comfortable? From a gameplay perspective, Final Fantasy V breaks everything open via its job system. From a story perspective, it breaks the world open through the void. Before the desert is the Guardian Tree, where our 3 surviving heroes lament those they've lost. A final moment of respite before we continue. Honestly, props to Kryle. She had to grow up so fast, not only bearing the death of her grandfather, but following in his footsteps to become a Dawn warrior, and taking the mantle far younger than he did. Far younger than anyone has, really. The desert sands no longer run, a result of the Earth Crystal's destruction. Both of them shattered leave the world a weaker place. I take back what I said about Exdeath being an environmentalist, by the way. He just wants the void to take over, and the world is suffering as a result. Defeating him is much more of an environmentalist approach instead, though I wonder how the elements will return with the crystals now destroyed. We battle to enter the pyramid, Kryle's ranger class dealing massive damage while Ferris Earthen Wall Summon keeps us safe. Thing is, these gargoyles present an annoying threat. We must defeat them at the same time, lest they continue to respawn. I'm cycling through Ferris summons trying to find the most effective one, as we're missing Lena's Libra to tell me their strengths and weaknesses. I don't find a one-size-beats-all, and simply get lucky enough to win. Inside, we navigate the pyramid's variety of puzzles, snake traps, mummies, and robots, for some reason. Even mastering Ferris' Mystic Knight job and moving her back to the summoner. The pyramid has this knack for summoning additional monsters mid-fight, someone yelling, "Go forth, creatures of darkness," a mystery I assume we'll solve upon finishing. Up top, we reach the first tablet, one with the engraving, the Dragon King, Bahamut. I know him! And then we're able to just leave? I thought it was weird we could just go grab the tablet without even a boss fight, but then a piece of land turns into Bahamut and awaits us at the North Mountain. Our airship conveniently drifts over, as if Bahamut himself presented it to initiate a battle. Now that I'm exploring again, I want to try something new and switch Ferris to the Time Mage, a buff or debuff focused job that also enjoys exploration spells like Teleport or Float, while keeping Ferris' summon ability, of course. I've been buying up time spells when I visit different shops, so she's all equipped and ready to go. And our reward is not only said tablet, but Lena, as the Windrake carries her to us next to the Guardian Tree. Or so I thought. She's actually possessed by Exdeath, who possessed her just as the Void shows up to take the Library of Ancients. With the old crew of Dawn Warriors now gone, it really is up to us, and only us, to stop this ass of a tree. The Windrake sacrifices itself to expel the demon, Melazine, from Lena, and it's time to test out Ferris' Time Mage abilities in battle. Kryl is useless here, and Bart's Icebrand weapon heals the demon, but at least Ferris can use Sloga to buy us some time. Switching Bart's to Flame Tongue is far more effective, and Ferris finds some offense in her Comet spell, so we win out. I feel tricked that an ice weapon is weak against a demon while a fire weapon deals big damage. Sneaky Square defying logic to get one over on us. With Lena back in safe hands, my dual cast master is back and we continue. But this world is one of balance, and with our increase in power comes Exdeath's, as he directs the Void to suck up many of the remaining towns, castles, and even the Moogle village. It's at this point that Bart snaps. I was wrong in thinking that his rage at Boko was a one-off awkward moment. It was the start of Bart's finally breaking. He screams, takes hold of the airship wheel, and floors it across the world, over and over and over and over and over until the party stops him. The most valid of crash outs, as he doesn't actually hurt anyone this time, and who can really blame him for feeling this way? We have our mission, but almost everyone besides his 3 friends is gone, either dead or sucked into the void, presumably dead. Though there is one potential out. Lena says we can enter the Interdimensional Rift, the space between the 2 worlds in which the void is trapped, which might mean these people are still alive in there. We can save them. It's at this point I remember the Previas, the Catapult, and Crescent for the first time since our merging of worlds. I can't find our base, but Mid is sitting in Crescent, letting us know that a tower appeared on top of the Catapult. Our next mission. Our final hope. Well, that and a phantom forest south of here that everyone keeps mentioning, so Sid can wait. This phantom forest here, it's full of dimensional travelers, residing in a village that floats within the Interdimensional Rift, the space where the legendary warriors sealed the void away 700 years ago. Is that a bit confusing? It might be, but keep up. Spaces like this, aside from being simply very cool, are vital context into the game's history. The Phantom Village provides insight on what the Rift actually is, almost a world in and of itself, without Ghido explaining it to us in a lore dump. It's dual purpose, an exciting space to explore that also serves as exposition. But at the same time, this info isn't essential to continue the story. All you really need to know is the warriors trapped the void in the rift when they separated the two worlds, and Exdeath is trying to control said void. But spaces like the Phantom Forest provide flavor, this same level of spice that unlimited job switching provides. It's also, oddly enough, a positive side to the void coming back, that this town gets to exist in a stable spot rather than floating forever. Most of Exdeath's actions result in negativity, as shown through the ever-changing dialogue in the remaining towns, but hey, silver linings. It's even home to the yellow Chocobo man, who rewards you for roaming around the world with said Chocobo, returning from the third game. There's also some powerful weapons and armor, and the spooky door. I bet that's relevant later. Sharp-eyed sleuths will find a black chocobo stowed via the town's underground tunnels, which is also relevant later. One of this story's biggest strengths is the element of surprise. The surprise of learning Galuf is from another world, the surprise of Ferris being a woman, and the surprise of being sucked into the rift while casually flying around. Inside is an alternate world full of devastating monsters in which my party does apply decent damage, but they throw back far worse. I'm the definition of scraping by due to this Landcrawler's Maelstrom attack, but man do they give decent job points. I start dual spamming the death spell too, which begins to work wonders. See how cool dual cast is? It gives me double the chance for death to work. And when things get very dire, Ferris' return spell sets the battle back to the beginning, allowing me a second chance at redemption. Good stuff all around. These tougher sections allow for a real flexing of the job system, should you choose to enjoy it. Of course, I'm still most interested in leveling up jobs to the max when possible, but the choice of experimentation is always there. Returning to the airship, I really miss the healing capabilities of previous ones, considering I'm quite battered and bruised, but alas. Our effort pays off too. Thanks to that first tablet, I can now venture into the Castle of Kuza and grab 3 legendary weapons. Of course, I grab Excalibur first, the real one, for Bart's, which boosts my attack just under 100 points thanks to his two-handed ability. Yoichi's bow is for Kryl, and the Sage's staff for Lena. Unfortunately, I didn't research the weapon ahead of time and learned the hard way that the Black Mage can't equip it, so Ferris takes hold. Better luck next round. The game incorporates its greatest weapons into the story, topping off the game-breaking power fantasy it promised some 30 hours ago. Square really understood the mission here. They went, "We're not just allowing you to break the job system, but here are the game's best weapons so you can break it even more. We'll exercise that shortly. But just as I gain power, Exdeath must counter. Back in the void, he hypes up his monsters to check my newfound abilities, meaning I must be very careful about what I pick. Exdeath's soul interrupts us leaving Kuza. A level 1 enemy with 20,000 HP, he one-shots us with the Reaper's sword, but otherwise lacks bite, as he can only one-shot one of my party members at a time. I don't know if his soul is meant to test out our new weapons or what he's here for exactly, but along the way to our next tablet, I decide to check out the Pirate Hideout, see how it's faring in our new world. Get it? And what happened next, I did not expect. Ferris sees Sildra's spirit, yet only Kryle can join her in seeing it. We gain the beast as a summon. A perfect match considering Ferris is my summoner job. It just feels right. For reasons I mentioned much earlier in the video when Sildra died, I'm so happy that Ferris gets this closure. I can only hope for a similar feeling when my dog finally passes. Maybe I will get a powerful-ass summon that can use Thunderstorm to evaporate her foes like Ferris did. At one point, I master Bart's Knight, and not keen to let experience go to waste, I switch him to the Ninja. The Samurai is my favorite job, but it's already maxed out, and I remember loving the Ninja in Final Fantasy III. Similar to the Red Mage learning Dual Cast, the Ninja learns Dual Wield, allowing me to equip one weapon per hand, Skyrim style. The job also carries over the throw ability from before, which lets you use Shuriken to deal insane damage, a longtime favorite. I also equip the Use Swords ability so Bartz can continue with Excalibur, equipping the Blood Sword in his other hand for regular HP gain, though it's not nearly as broken as in previous games. That's probably a good thing, but come on, how many games let you play as a ninja with the legendary sword Excalibur? Name one other game, actually. I challenge you. Now for tablet number 2, in the Island Shrine. The shrine reuses the vent puzzle from the fire-powered ship, where each vent sends you to a certain area, and you can adjust its output with nearby levers. Realistically, there are only 4 combinations, both levers up, both down, right up and left down, or left up and right down, so the puzzle is not as complicated as it might seem, but I still appreciate the challenge. Also a fun coincidence, Bartz learns the level 2 ninja skill, Image, which allows him to create illusions that absorb attacks, right after defeating the Pantera that guards this chest, a monster that creates illusions to absorb attacks. Of all the times I could have switched to a ninja and learned this skill, it was now. Stuff like this makes me believe just a bit in some sort of higher power or some sort of energy in the world that we just don't know about that makes magical things happen. Kryle masters the Ranger as well, so I swap her to a Chemist, giving it a second try after her grandfather fumbled it, and I tack on the Equip Bow's ability so she can keep using Yoichi's bow. I really can't stress this enough. This game is broken and I adore it. It's like how in Edmund McMillan's new game, Eugenics, I'm able to destroy a boss in one turn if I build for it. Games that let you break them are so fun, as long as it still keeps the challenge, and Final Fantasy V has no problems with that. There are all sorts of ways to break the game, but you can only break the game in certain instances, like for example, Xenonage destroys most bosses, but when we come across a boss like the Carbuncle, Xenonage is all of a sudden useless, meaning I have to shift my strategy. In a way, finding the different ways to break the game is its own puzzle, and it's a puzzle that's consistently rewarding and really engaging throughout all of Final Fantasy V. It's the game's biggest strength. The Island Shrine dungeon has the toughest enemies yet. I have Kryle consume some power drink to increase her attack and rain hellfire down on our foes, dealing 4,400 worth of damage to this Tot Avis's 33,000 HP. This power increase paired with what's likely the game's most powerful bow, I'm a fan. Tablet 2 introduces us to Exdeath's Wendigo. He calls us babies, which kinda makes my blood boil. Time to destroy him. Psych. Maybe we are babies, as these guys drain our HP with the Frost spell, wiping us in record time. They get me again and again and again. I'm at a massive loss. My spells are missing, my area of effects are only hitting single enemies. None of my endless bag of tricks succeeds, and it got so bad I had to look up tips for this fight, as I don't have anyone in real life like an older brother who played the game to consult. I learned I should cast Sloga and Sleep to severely limit enemy attacks, which minimized the frost problem. And apparently after 7 turns, the Wendigo becomes a roulette boss, meaning that only one of the 4 could be damaged at any time. And when I damage successfully, it switches to another illusion. From there, I can rely on single attack spells as I only need to defeat one Wendigo at a time. Pair these strategies with regen to keep my guys alive, we end up winning through brute force alone, earning 20 job points for good measure. I also learned that sleeping enemies won't wake up if you use magic on them. Very good to know. We grab the second tablet and, oh my god, I forgot about Sid. I hadn't even thought of him being so wrapped up in these tablets, but a cutscene notes that a gate to Fork Tower, the tower on top of the catapult, and the resting place of the strongest white and black magic spells has been opened. I feel a bit less bad knowing I couldn't have gotten to him anyways before this, and we move in. Now, here's why it's called Fork Tower. There are 2 forks in the road, each with 1 spell at the end. Both spells must be taken at the same time, meaning my party needs to split. I think back to the phrase that lady told me. The tower on the left is the magic path. Even bulging muscles make the enemies laugh. Except, I didn't think back to that while playing, only while writing this now. In real time, I thought physical would overtake magic, sending Bartz and Ferris left with the other pair right. I was so confident in this that when I wasn't using her time spells like Slow, I had Ferris attack with her physical staff. This worked great for about 3 floors until enemies would deal 9,999 damage and wipe us out. According to the wiki, which I didn't consult until writing the script, physical attacks cause these mages to counterattack, hence their power. But while playing, I took this as, oh, the dungeon is just super challenging, I'll just brute force it. It's because of that thought process that I didn't even think to switch jobs. Yet, to my credit, I did make it through. Instead of attacking, I'd run from battles, or use Ferris time magic to stop enemies rather than damage them. Bartz was continually a toad, but otherwise these enemies didn't attack that much, rather debuffing us or buffing themselves. Once they would turn Bartz into a frog, I'd just teleport out of the battle and use the Maiden's Kiss item to cure him. You want to talk about non-linearity and breaking the game? That's right. Time magic and a headstrong attitude will get you quite far. My other pair fared far better. Cryle's ranged attacks were more than powerful enough, as were Lena's level 6 black magic spells, to carry us through. Until the top, that is. Just as both sides are grabbing the spells, a wild Minotaur fight occurs, and Lena's black magic and dual cast options are grayed out. Instead, I rely on Cryle's high damage output while Lena backed her up with healing items, and it actually worked no problem. Ever so humorous, the Minotaur claims to show up with the power of Holy, only to be out of magic points. This game just can't help but make jokes, not just with dialogue but in gameplay, even in relatively dire moments, and we end up acquiring the spell. The other pair's battle does nothing but piss me off. I love the puzzle aspect of these games, and Fork Tower is certainly one of the more complex ones, but holy hell, this boss casts Return over and over again, wiping my progress time after time. I exhaust Ferris' time magic trying to stop this, leaving Bartz to defend after connecting that his sword is triggering the reset. Ferris' summons are more than powerful enough to handle the job, and we obtain Flare. And with the tower collapsed, it's time for Sid. Now get this, Sid is not hanging out in the fire-powered ship, nor is he relaxing in the living quarters. Our boy is trapped in the ship's gears, rolling round and round like a hamster on a wheel. We save the old lad, and he immediately gets to work on giving the airship submarine capabilities, making it the most versatile ship the series has seen, if I'm not mistaken. I'm telling you, this game gets a bit of a bad rap for not living up to the story of Final Fantasy IV, but it's really not trying to be. These comedic moments feel right alongside the game's dire nature, partly because it's the tone that has been established since the beginning, but also because the game takes its serious parts as such. Gilgamesh is a funny side villain, but Exdeath is terrifying, and that's never undercut. Even something as goofy as disguising himself as a splinter ends up being quite dire. That moment sounds hilarious when you think about it happening in real life, but when it's actually happening, humor is the last thing I feel. And even now, goofy moment aside, Mid and Kryl, who are closest in age, I believe, have a heart-to-heart about Sid. The two can relate, having been raised by their grandparents. One lost, one blaming himself for the world being this way, seeing the bad in his inventions rather than the good. It's a common trope, the genius shutting themselves away as the world takes advantage of their inventions. But is it ever really their fault? Should Sid never have made the crystal amplifiers purely because others would take advantage of them? Does the good they provided outweigh the bad? You could argue that many inventions carry this weight. The internet, for all of the good it does, also brings with so much bad. Does that mean it should never have existed all along? Or does the good it brings, the connecting everyone in the world, the ability for me to share this video with you right now, does that outweigh all of the bad it brings with? I don't have the answers to these questions, but they're really interesting to ponder. And it's no wonder Sid is feeling the way he is, as he's the one who created the thing that's impacting the world. Even so, his latest invention contributes to the good of the world. It's because of his invention we can now head underwater for the third tablet. However, I found a little speck in the desert while browsing the map, and I feel curious. That sense of adventure these games have gotten so good at taking over. One black Chocobo ride later, we enter Phoenix Tower. Perhaps for the fourth tablet? I don't really remember the riddle that explains where each tablet is anymore. What we find here is a 30-floor tower with each floor providing two options for progression. One opens the stairs, one enters battle with some variation of enemy. Sometimes a flaming hand, other times the damn soul cannon. Some floors have a little pot guy that gives me 100 job points for an elixir, and there's quite a few of these. Ugh, if I had this during Lena's Red Mage era. Moments like these go to show how free this game can really be. A player might have any combination of jobs by now while entering the tower. I have Ninja, Blue Mage, Chemist, and Time Mage, but you might have Berserker, Beastmaster, Samurai, and Dancer, receiving a few hundred job points to boost you up a bit as we approach the final battle. In fact, with the Time Mage mastered and Ferris earning the Equip Rods ability, I switch her to Beastmaster just to take advantage of these handouts, keeping her summons of course. You know, in another life, perhaps I'd have utilized Beastmaster to its full potential while keeping summons, making Ferris a true master of all creatures. See, this is what I mean. Final Fantasy V's versatility even encourages roleplay. It's approachable in so many ways. No wonder that competition I mentioned at the beginning of this video even exists. One year, maybe you try out all 4 white mages, while another year you try to beat the game using only melee jobs. It's really all harkening back to Final Fantasy's Dungeons and Dragons roots. Having mastered the Black Mage here as well, I swap Lena to White Mage to further emphasize her handling of the arcane, keeping Black Magic level 6 over dual cast as I need that offense. But now, Lena can use spells like Arise, which revives a party member with full HP. Stuff like that balances out my loss of dual cast, even if nothing can make up for the time I spent earning such an ability. Finally, we reached the top. Didn't realize that I entered Final Fantasy V's version of Dark Cloud's Demon Shaft, but I'm glad I did it. Turns out, this tower was entirely optional, as there's no tablet up here, but what we did find might be just as meaningful. Hiryu, Lena's Windrake, who sacrifices himself to become a summon. Flashing back sees an even younger Lena on the verge of her mother's death. The only cure, a Windrake's tongue. Lena, knife in hand, charges off to take Hiryu's, and the game puts it on us, the player, to make the choice. The decision to end the Windrakes. I was stunned. Time seemed frozen as I pondered yes or no, and my love for animals prevented saying yes. Jenica, Lena's carer says her father struggled with the same conflict. We can never truly escape our parents, can we? As we know, she ultimately decides against extinction. Even as a princess, Lena's life was never easy. She was forced to take on the brunt of her mother's death, a fate she alone could have stopped, her sister unknown at the time. Surely the king was there with her, but the man was busy, as we saw in the game's intro. Lena totally could have cut the tongue out without him noticing. It's no wonder Lena was ready to join our party's attempt to save the land. She had grown up long ago, and the death of both her father and now Hiryu have solidified that growth. Ferris benefits too with the Phoenix Summon, which revives one KO'd member up to full health while also attacking enemies with fire. Great stuff. What a crazy decision to hide such a key part of Lena's life in an optional tower. We get great character development, relatively speaking, and a sweet ability. With so many jobs mastered here, I place Kryl as Dancer to try that job out again, keeping her bow of course, then Bart's the Berserker with the two-handed ability to up his attack. See, you can't control a Berserker. They just endlessly attack enemies all the time, dealing 50% higher damage than normal and are immune to confuse. And in the Pixel Remaster, the Berserker focuses on the default target, meaning it will almost always hit front row targets first. An important thing to note. It's great fun watching him work, worrying only for my 3 party members while Bartz cleans house. It's not a job I'd keep for most boss battles, but it does save me time while roaming around, which I appreciate. While researching the game in attempts to start writing this script, I came across news of the Sunken Tower, an underwater space whose gimmick involves, can you guess? Breathing underwater. After choking out and honestly looking like he died, we learn that Bartz can hold his breath for 7 minutes. A seriously impressive time frame, though, just like in the castle, the timer runs during battle, so chop chop. The Berserker is super helpful here, saving me time as I micromanage my other 3. In a replay, I may even consider running 4 Berserkers here and see how that plays out. What's especially neat is this is actually the Tower of Walse in reverse, starting at the Crystal Room and ending on floor 1, where the apparently famous mimic, Gogo, tries to recover one of the remaining crystal shards. We battle, and the guy talks a lot, clearly Square making fun of the fact that we're being timed. It's a good thing these floors are small, or I'd have a real problem here. The mimic, obviously, copies everything we do, dealing 9,999 damage to Bart's 1,700, and now I'm sitting here, timer counting down, panicking about what to do. My Berserker backfired. I fire off a few more attacks, of which he fires back, and really just don't know how to solve this. As I ponder what to do next, he congratulates me for doing nothing. That was the solution all along. Some Kojima-ass shit, no doubt. Our reward? Something amazing and something sad. The sad? 50 ABP that Bart's aggressive ass completely misses out on. But the amazing, one of Final Fantasy V's greatest jobs in the Mime. Mimes can equip 3 abilities at once, making for a potential powerhouse unlike anything we've seen so far. Trying it out with Ferris, we equip Attack, Summon level 5, and Time Magic level 6. The job also earns stat boosts from a character's mastered jobs, which is wild, and can only level up once, for 999 ABP. Doing so grants the character the Mimic ability, or the power to repeat an ally's previous action at no magic or item cost. This job is essentially Square's invitation to break the game. You'll see me experiment with this one quite a bit over the rest of the playthrough, so please, watch on. We already mentioned the 3rd tablet's underwater residency, but the latter half of that poem mentioned lava. Submarining into the Great Sea Trench presents us with a Minecraft Nether's worth of lava, though Ferris Time Mage abilities allow us to float, avoiding its molten damage entirely. And Might I say it's fun to have a 999 ABP job that isn't underpowered while I'm leveling it? Ferris is kicking ass with her summons as usual, and I don't have to worry about changing her job anytime soon. Otherwise, this dungeon is similar to the pyramid in that I'm hitting switches, falling into holes, finding out which switches drop me into the right holes, until I come across, get this, the Kingdom of the Dwarves, a race last experienced with our friend Tella. Lolly-ho and all. Except here they're a near extinct group of guys, only 5 to their name, hardly more than our party. They're attempting to dig a tunnel throughout the world, and are currently under the Black Chocobo Forest. That's actually about it with them for now. I think it's kind of funny when games have small inserts like this, little nods to what we've seen before, planting a seed in the back of our minds that may or may not see light, as we ponder whether or not they'll have any sort of plot relevance. Tablet 3 challenges us with Phobos, Triton, and Nereid, 3 of Exdeath's Void Goons that I must defeat at the same time to win. Gargoyle 2.0, if you will. Or 3.0, because there's 3 of them. Each baby-faced alien has a weakness such as poison or fire, but of course, I didn't know that at the time, and didn't really need to figure it out thanks to Zentetsuken. See, the merged world opens up a pathway from Jachol Cave to the basement of the castle of Bal, Galuf's castle. Within, you find Odin, who challenges you to beat him in a minute. In return, he offers his power. I did it with 2 seconds left. He uses Zentetsuken, which eliminates enemies in 1 hit when it lands. And it landed here. A brutal way to win, and a great reward for an optional challenge. See, I have a hard time with games that introduce the most powerful weapons after you beat it. Referencing Dark Cloud for the 3rd time this script, beating its post-game dungeon, the Demon Shaft, nets you the most powerful weapon in the game. Except there's nowhere to use it. The game is over, and you don't have a New Game Plus. Like, why take on a 100-floor dungeon for a weapon there's no reason to use? Let me play with this stuff, I earned it. Final Fantasy V does not even come close to this problem, sticking with its fun first mantra. On the topic of power, the 3rd tablet also grants us Meteor, which might be my favorite spell alongside Bio. And with that, protected by water beyond its falling torrents, a hidden entrance behind the legendary Istory Falls. We talk about how FFV breaks away from linearity in its job system, but the game also does so during its story. I'd never vow to play this way, but these 3 tablets, all the content I've been going over past the first tablet in the pyramid, the legendary weapons, Fork Tower, the upcoming Istory Falls. I thought only a few of these spots were optional, but turns out it's all optional, even saving Sid. After the pyramid, you can enter the Interdimensional Rift and take on the final boss. I say take on, not take down, as I doubt you'd be very prepared to do so without these tablet-powered benefits, but it's the first time a Final Fantasy sets you free to truly explore. Even better, the game doesn't even tell you this stuff is optional. I found out after the fact. The series knows you've played it before, and it trusts that you'll make it through. And its trust wasn't misplaced, but man, your boy is struggling a little bit. Water pours over the cave's many stairs, creating a bit of a Hall of Mirrors effect. It doesn't help that the cave's turquoise coloring seems to blend right in with the element. Can I really get to those stairs, or am I breaching a dead end? It's a neat way to create challenge via simple movement rather than through buttons or battles. I really don't have much to say about Kryle's Dancer though. Her randomized abilities sometimes deal max damage and other times drain 300 or so HP. The job is a fun experiment for sure, but the lack of predictability kinda kills it for me. I'm glad I have Ferris Time Mage abilities now as she can use Meteor. Be pretty sad if I couldn't utilize that. But seriously, this girl can cast Meteor, summon Odin, and replicate my team's abilities at no cost. A lot of people say JRPGs have you start as an everyday kid and end up battling God. That's largely true, but this game has me creating a god as well. I'm so curious what someone else's first-timer's playthrough looks like at this point. Did you find the mime job? Have you mastered the red mage? Are you using multiple of the same job or keeping the party separate like me? So many possibilities. It's such a shame that there are so many damn games to play. I'd love to replay this a second or third time a totally different way. I should also mention this area's difficulty. The regular enemies are fine, but a few tough-ass ones wipe my party. The Steel Fist, in particular, focuses up like a monk and one-shots someone. It's the first set of deaths I've experienced in a while. But halfway through, Lena masters the White Mage and becomes a Time One, keeping her healing as an ability. Goodbye dual cast once again, at least for now. I have 2 meteor casters anyways. Tablet 4 has another one of Exdeath's goons challenge us, yet he's subsequently wrecked by the Leviathan. Who grants us his summon powers if we win. The fight is surprisingly straightforward, though the creature seems to cast Tidal Wave in retaliation to most of my spells, which demands I stop wailing offensive abilities and heal every once in a while. But you know what really wins this battle? My barrage of status effects, especially Reflect and Haste on Bart's Berserker. The man slams into the Leviathan over and over, pounding his health like I do a big sandwich, and using all that anger for something good, ending the battle. What do we earn? A summon that casts Tidal Wave to drown opponents. And with all 4 tablets acquired, we head back to the castle. Masamune, the Rune Axe, the Holy Lance, Sasuke's Katana, a Fire Lash, the Magus Rod, Apollo's Harp, the Gaia Bell, and the Assassin's Dagger. We've got 'em all, folks. Do you believe in karma, or that life needs a balance of good and bad? Final Fantasy V does. Expecting to fight Exdeath's soul again, I made everyone white mages since the soul is weak to the holy spell. But we didn't run into Exdeath's soul, did we? Nope, we ran into the shield dragon, a beast that naturally casts Reflect and confuses my characters so they take each other down, and we lose almost immediately after. We really just can't win them all. Now, dear viewer, now that we have all 12 legendary weapons, do you remember what's next? The Void. We enter the Interdimensional Rift via the Evaporated Castle Tycoon, brave the desert, and receive threats from Exdeath's crew. Surely they're scared, knowing they might get sealed up once again. I wouldn't want that either, but I'm not the one trying to destroy the world, so you get what you give. Channel regulars may remember the final section of my Final Fantasy III video, entitled Evil's Endgame Gauntlet. Why bring that up? Well, that was the first game to have job switching, evolving into Final Fantasy V's formula, but it's also because such a title is perhaps far more accurate to 5's endgame. The desert was just the start. We are entering time-altered versions of every area journeyed through this far. The ruins of Ranka, which turn the chains into maneuverable slides for navigation, by the way. The Phantom Village, only frozen in time. In fact, we enter via the void-emitting door from our first visit there. At least it serves as a quick battle break, but we can't even talk to anyone here. Up next, the Forest of Moor, home to the first in this game's gauntlet of bosses, Istory, an oddly sensual character model who casts Reflect upon our first battle, which I counter by casting Return to start it all over. A creative use of such a spell, I might say, and Bart's beats are down, mastering the Berserker. And what do we do when I master a job? You surely know the answer by now. I make him a Zenon Age-enabled Dragoon and equip him with our all-new legendary Lance. Surely going to be a powerhouse, no? The Istory Caves make an appearance, and for some reason everyone keeps petrifying my new Dragoon. The library, though, gets rid of random encounters and immediately presents a boss in a panda, who looks a lot like a nightmare version of Sully from Monsters Inc. to me. But no matter, as Bartz can finally get a jump off instead of being paralyzed, while my mages pelt the boss with Meteor, Holy, and Flare. No problems here. But would you believe that a panda actually provided some help? Noting that touching this book activates a dimensional switch. What is a dimensional switch? It allows us to enter the next phase of areas. But this is a library, and therefore one must read. The 1,000-year-old books here detail various bosses, Omega, Shinryu, while stating that not even my legendary weapons can subdue such creatures. I'm about to test that. Omega sits right outside this room, in fact. But is he really a challenge? I guess so. Will I come back to him later? We'll see. But for now, we've got to get a move on and explore a multi-dimensional sky version of architecture similar to the Barrier Tower, moving along seemingly hovering platforms with gaps in between, assumedly demanding we jump to each. Instead, paths are actually just hidden like in a few previous areas. A visual treat, even if it's not very gameplay altering. But want to know something weird? There are dragons here that are weak to water. I don't have any water spells. I don't even know what items inflict water damage. I'm betting this is some sort of blue mage trickery that I have no knowledge of, but hey, Meteor is a GG easy button. Of course, I could have just used Leviathan as a summon, but I forgot about him at the time. I was looking for water-based spells. And finally, we reach a castle. Castles in Final Fantasy are usually safe spaces, but in the Rift, nothing is to be trusted. I quickly find out, though, that this castle is, in fact, a safe space, just not for me. It's for mini-bosses. Loads of them. The jail downstairs has hordes of them sitting in a cell for some reason, but guess what, freaks? This castle is also home to Hermes Sandals, which I put on Bartz for unlimited haste at all times. Pair that with Zenonage, and we are dealing damage as fast as I can throw money away. And at 11 ABP per win, Ferris Mime might hit 999 faster than I thought. Even Azul Magia, which deals max damage via a question mark attack, can't handle the heat. But his power must have been something extra special, as defeating him nets us with a save point for heals. Just as we've about cleared the prison, a purple-haired girl provides us a kiss for saving her. But do I trust her? Absolutely the f*** not. I can't figure out what she did to me either. Browsing my stats doesn't show me anything. And you know what's even scarier? In another prison we find the man-eater weapon. Is this girl planning to seduce and then eat me? The knife here is effective against humans, and we're humans. Little does she know, though, most of my party has Protect rings on, which automatically casts regen on the wearer, so we'll stand strong against anything she pulls. But just as it seems we're in the clear, heading from the throne room to the roof, an unseen force shoves us into royalty's seat. And, not unlike a ghost trying to pull something on us, the girl arrives. Her name revealed to be Halicarnassus, sounds like something out of Returnal. Her kiss revealed to be one of death. Well, guess what, bitch? I resisted the flirty dancers, and I'll resist you too. You know how a princess kiss often cures the prince from his froggy state? Well, Halicarnassus is a demon, and that shows as her kiss turns us into toads. The Ribbit spell, specifically, which hilariously does nothing to prevent Zenonage dealing about 7k damage. Imagine a toad whipping money at you. Ugh, I love this game. I slowly turn everyone back to human using the Maiden's Kiss item, while the Ruby Light summon protects us from further spells as we pelt the wannabe man-eater with Flare, Gil, and even Odin. And as I'm ready to move on from our lost love, I'm presented with a problem. The game doesn't care that I'm ready for a new setting to fight in, facing me with Twintania on the castle's roof, the entrance right before the void. This is a beast I feel like I've seen in Kingdom Hearts, another Square property. Oh wait, can I say that? It doesn't come out for quite a few more years. Okay, never mind. This is a challenging boss unlike anything I've ever seen before, and it might as well have sat on each of my party members with its massively clawed feet, crushing them into smithereens by the way it dealt with us. Mega Flare, Ice Storm, Tidal Wave, Mind Blast. In minutes we are gone, and I'm suddenly missing my man-eating X. Now I noticed it casted a lot of fire spells, and how does one counter fire spells? Flame Rings and Reflect Rings. Hopefully at least. I also switch Bartz to a two-handed samurai with Masamune to take advantage of yet another legendary weapon, and we try again. My defensive strategy didn't work against Tidal Wave, but it did against Atomic Ray. Arise, combined with Ferris Phoenix Summon that not only attacks the enemy with fire but fully revives Bartz, were a nice bonus. And countering Mega Flare is just so satisfying. Normally, one might get scared when we see the Twintania charge up for its Giga Flare, but I simply got excited, thrilled as you will, as it cast the epic spell in an attempt to destroy us. My Reflect ready to bounce it, we died. It didn't work. I guess Giga is too powerful for us. In my third, more desperate attempt, Lena casts Death, and that works. Just as he was charging his Giga Flare once again too. Props, team. I'm bitter that Bartz didn't get any ABP due to his Samurai job mastery, so I swap him to Mystic Knight once again for some elemental variety, and we enter the Interdimensional Rift's final floor. Now this is the endgame stuff I'm used to seeing. A crystal blue path existing in space, endless platforms surrounding it to create a sense of infinity while we move forward. This is it. But as you should know from watching my previous Final Fantasy videos, or from simply playing these games, their final areas are some of the biggest skill checks in the history of mainstream turn-based gaming. Or at least they feel that way. We've got the level 82 King Behemoth, while my party's level 45 by the way, though I know there's 4 of us and 1 of him, but the beast dual casts a party-wide meteor attack, which tends to mitigate our supposed strength in numbers. And that's just 1 behemoth, what about when there's 2? With so many ways to break the game through job switching, these enemies should be brutal though. Like, yeah, I'm struggling with the behemoth right now, but chances are, if I'm patient enough to come up with the right job combination, I could school the guy despite my party's inadequate levels. But I'm not going to do that. I run or teleport out of battles for now, thanks time magic, and the world's longest sitcom episode continues. You might remember Gilgamesh, our buddy, our guy, getting banished to the void. It's only natural then that we find him here, hanging out in the void, breaking down from being trapped. His rants about how tough it is to live in the void, his inability to get out, they're a charming switch from the normal berating of our squad. A squad that responds just once when Gilgamesh asks how to escape. Considering we're right by the entrance, this is pretty funny. And you know what's super cute about this whole thing? You can tell he wants to be our friend, but is too scared to say it. Though if we ever get out of here, you know what, Gilgamesh? I'll happily be friends with you. But as we progress, I'm continually getting beat over and over, specifically against this chess guardian Shinryu, which the book warned us about. Due to the versatility of my job combinations and how we're dying in 1 or 2 hits, I'm led to believe the problem is my level, not my abilities, so it's time to cast a stop to this mess. Everyone, it's Dragoonin time. Yes, we're swapping everyone to Dragoon, making them jump, hopefully avoiding as many attacks as we can, and seeing what happens. We are abusing the system, baby. Or playing right into it, I guess. But can we appreciate Ferris' crimson red Dragoon armor especially? Everyone else has some version of blue or purple, but Ferris has a vibrant red fitting in with her personality. Her purple hair sticking out from the helmet, the little green and gold accents. So many colors, yet none of them contrast. What a visual treat. With everyone literally ready to jump in, we begin the battle with Shinryu, and holy shit did this backfire. 2 of our jumps deal 0 damage, while the others deal less than $1,000. This could, in part, be due to a lack of powerful lances for each character, but something tells me this enemy is simply resistant to our sky-high ground pounds. I'm genuinely pretty sad at how this played out, but what does one do when Plan A fails miserably? They exhaust Plans B through Z. My Plan B involves throwing away all job development and swapping everyone to their mastered jobs in hoping that it will pay off in this optional fight with a necrophobe, who posits himself as a fake save point. Now, a bit of an English lesson. A necrophobe is someone who fears anything involving death, shown here through gameplay via the monster's 4 barriers, which cast permanent reflect. It claims to have solved the problem of death through invincibility, and in some ways he's right, as we must destroy each barrier to damage the guy, which you can do with simple melee attacks and even some summons like Bahamut's Mega Flare. Oh, by the way, I fought Bahamut after he transformed from an island and grabbed Mega Flare. Beast-ass summon, literally. Ironically, the necrophobe is weak to every element, as you'll learn through Libra, making it easy to drop his 44,000 HP to below 9,999. All we had to do was destroy his barriers, and we've got him. At which point, Gilgamesh appears once again for a series finale, his winning spirit shining brighter than ever. Our new friend talks smack to someone besides our party for once, taunting the necrophobe's attacks away from us before providing the team with some sweet words. My 2 favorites, Gilgamesh telling Kryl that Galuf was strong, and demanding Ferris try falling in love or something to mend her standoffish state, which I found quite funny. These words reveal themselves to be parting, as Gilgamesh self-destructs to end the fight, and if you find yourself relating to the necrophobe's fear of the unknown, he drops the game's final save point to combat it, if just for a while longer. So if that's the final save point, can you guess what comes next? I'll give you the time it takes me to walk up these stairs to guess. Exdeath. This is it, lady or gentleman. If you've made it this far, I hope to honor you with an honorable fight against our former splinter. The sentient tree has taken hold of the void and become the ultimate version of his former self. Oh my god, look at the way his face erupts out of the wood. What a disgusting being. No wonder he's so angry. I'd be mad too if I were that gross. But if that's not enough, then it absorbs the rest of our friends. Boko, Kryl's Windrake, Ferris Pirates, the Previas, everyone we've ever cared about, into the void. And I have to admit, cursing all of our loved ones to eternal damnation might be the darkest action in any of the games this far. Perhaps matching Edge's parents being turned into monsters right in front of him. The situation hits different from a personal character moment like Rydia watching her town burn or Kryl losing Galuf right in front of her. You're not sad for the character themselves, but for their loved ones, just so many at once. When I try to empathize with having everyone you know sucked into a void, it's almost impossible, unfathomable, and that emptiness is kind of its own sadness, a void of feeling, and I can only watch in horror as I imagine our team processing this as they're cast into their own type of nothingness. Though as terrible as it all may seem, Final Fantasy V never lets these moments linger long. The former Dawn Warriors, joined by King Tycoon, appear from the vast emptiness of space, empower the next generation, and literally hold off the void while we battle this freak of nature. I recently saw a video about an insane jump scare in an old Scooby-Doo game, one that includes some horrific imagery, especially for something meant for kids. Like, playing this would have scarred me for life, much like the cover for R.L. Stine's Nightmare Hour. I don't even remember this book's stories, but I remember that cover keeping me awake for many a night, especially after my childhood best friend showed me the original It movie. Exdeath's tree model, had I played this as a kid, certainly would have done the same. I understand I'm playing the Pixel Remaster version right now, but it's quite faithful to the original model. The look of pure hatred exuding from his molten lava eyes, a razor-sharp mouth ready to tear into my skin, the random sets of teeth layered throughout his body as if they're souls trapped within, screaming to be let out. I have never questioned if anything wanted to kill me more than in this very moment with this very model. Monster designer Tetsuya Nomura, now leading the Final Fantasy VII Remake series and Kingdom Hearts, even said that this last boss was so hard to draw that it brought him to tears. Well, sir, your hard work paid off. My party, with our maxed out jobs equipped, casts Libra to see a level 77 Exdeath with 49,000 HP and no specific weaknesses. Bartz, the valiant knight with Excalibur, you know what? I'm not even going to pretend to set up something epic here. I lost. He killed me. You knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. It's just how things are right now. However, knowing how Exdeath plays now, I make some adjustments for attempt number 2. Namely, I equip everyone with reflect rings for permanent reflect, then start with Earthen Wall to defend against both attack types. Kryl, a dragoon with white magic, is on regular Curaga duty so Lena can cast offensive magic while also acting as a backup healer if needed. From there, it's Flare, Mega Flare, Meteor, and Bart's attack to pound down Exdeath's HP, with the occasional Holy or something similar when Kryl can afford it. But Reflect doesn't protect against petrification, meaning I must still use anti-stone items from time to time. Yet, with defense against all of his other attacks, it's far easier to focus on curing petrification as it happens one by one rather than party-wide. Everything's looking good so far. Not a single downed party member, and Kryl even lands a jump or two. After a few minutes, we win with everyone in full health. Exdeath's screech as horrid as his body, and he evaporates in an awesome dismantling of the void around us, and we are trapped in white. But it's never this easy, is it? Neo Exdeath shouts from the void. Its goal? To erase everything. All memories, all dimensions, all existence, only to fade into nothingness itself. We don't get a ton of backstory into Exdeath's motivations in this game, but we know he was essentially created to be evil. A tree infused with endless amounts of disdainful, evil souls, leading to a creature whose intentions are scary as all hell. The disarming white background fades into a rainbow hurtling through space at Mach speed, covering every color across the spectrum as the Final Fantasy theme does natural notes on the musical scale, as an amalgamation of creatures, be them beasts, human, or something in between, a grotesque fusion of beings from every dimension. The laws of this universe are in chaos, it utters. This is all to make clear that Exdeath was some mere boss. Neo Exdeath is the main event. I can barely keep up with heals as the individual limbs wail on my party with Blizzaga, Vacuum Wave, and brand new spells like Amalgist and Grand Cross, as visually appealing as they are, eliminate us in no time. After trying a hilarious build where everyone is a mime that mimics Ferris Mega Flare summon and dealing a decent bit of damage in the process, I succumb to the one necessary exercise of every Final Fantasy game thus far. You already know what I'm going to say. The grind. We head back a ways into the void, since while these enemies do provide great job points, even getting Ferris to Master Mimic for my second job that hit 999 this playthrough, they provide 0 character XP, which is what I'm looking for. My party is only levels 44 and 45. Exdeath is 77, and Neo Exdeath might be even higher. I haven't used a turn to cast Libra yet. But as we keep going, we realize we need to leave the void. The dungeon outside marks our first point of regular experience, so I camp out near that save point and go hard. Now, normally I'd put a grinding montage here, but after only a few battles and browsing through my inventory, I call upon my knowledge from the previous games, specifically Final Fantasy III, and how ribbons helped me with that game's final boss. See, I've neglected ribbons here in favor of helmets, but in case you're unaware, ribbons not only provide a blanket stat boost, but protect against instant death, petrification, toad, poison, darkness, old, berserk, and silence. And that petrification is key here. Now, you might be wondering, where did he even get ribbons? Well, friend, I've kept a secret from you, and I hope you'll forgive me. I actually remembered ribbons' importance long ago, and have found various ribbons throughout the course of the game, such as when visiting Regole in the merged world and talking to this girl through a secret passageway after a man mentions her affinity for the headgear. We gathered 3 others while exploring for a total of 4. But we can only equip ribbons to dancers and freelancers, unless you apply the equip ribbon ability to another job, but I don't want to waste that slot, which means everyone's swapping jobs. It's wild, isn't it, that with all these jobs available, we're entering the final battle with some starter jobs. Equipped with abilities learned via other jobs, of course, but it's still a fun thought to entertain. Maybe it's fitting, considering I'm a freelancer in real life most of the time, so it's only natural that I apply my real-life skills in-game. Now here's my endgame party. Bart's with Zenonage and Spellblade alongside 2 powerful swords because, let's be real, we can throw all of our money at this guy, he's the last boss. Lena with black and white magic types and a bow, Ferris with summon and time magic alongside a lance and a shield, and finally Kryle with sing and white magic as a backup. I really hope this works because I do not want to watch this unskippable battle cutscene all over again. I've mentioned that Final Fantasy is a puzzle game, right? Well, I just figured out Portal's hardest level. These ribbons have me countering about half of Neo Exdeath's effect-applying attacks, such as his Petrify, while I'm just stacking spells, Zenonage, and summons on him while keeping haste and regen on my party via Kryle's songs. I'm feeling so confident that I'm even foregoing attacks to increase my evasion and have Earthen Wall in place for extra protection. The ribbons largely negate Neo Exdeath's Grand Cross spell. The spell casts from a pool of 17 negative status ailments, yet it still caused the only potential wrench in my plans. Not only did Grand Cross turn Bart's undead, but it confused Ferris, who then cast Meteor, which almost ended her own life while wiping Kryle. I had to act quick, using Arise to revive Kryle at full HP. Keeping at least one person in good condition is my main priority right now. Just in time too, as Ferris downs Lena right afterward. Fortunately, both Ferris and Neo Exdeath ignore Kryle as I get Lena back up. Ferris casting regen and float on Neo Exdeath for whatever reason, while Bartz keeps attacking himself. Doing great damage, I might add. Finally, Ferris downs herself so we can revive her and we can cure Bartz. Crisis avoided, and we are back to our regular programming. Or so I thought. We continue to counter Exdeath's status effects, restoring MP and dealing massive damage. RNG is certainly in my favor up until about 6 minutes into this Neo Exdeath fight. 6 minutes? This felt like hours. It's at this point Neo Exdeath decides to cast Meteor multiple times for some reason, downing everyone except Ferris in seconds. Well, that was the beast's fatal mistake. You fusion of crud. Ferris is my summoner, and I just cast the Phoenix, which revives a party member to full health and inflicts fire damage. A desperate last attempt that, understandably, costs 99 MP to cast. Probably the most expensive spell in the game, and I must have done some good deeds on that fateful December 17th, as that Phoenix attack dealt the final blow. Lena and Ferris stand to watch Neo Exdeath evaporate, particle by particle. The droning reverberates from left to right, enhancing our visual. No more sealing away. Exdeath, awful name and all, is gone. Our victory treats us to a history of the world, which implies a sort of loop in time. All of everything started with the void, and from it came the crystal's 4 essences. From the void, the 4 essences will always rise, which will always ensure light prevails over dark. But our party still needs an ending, and what follows is a heartwarming sequence of our 4 floating around the void before it takes back the elements, tied to emotions. Kryle's hope and its tie to the earth, Ferris' courage, her fire, Lenna's devotion, strong as the ocean, and Bart's passion, persistent as the wind. This force restores the crystals once more, but not in their original spots. Rather, in place of the tablets, far from any society that would abuse the crystal's power. The world's rebirth, so to speak. We're visited by the previous Dawn Warriors for a final goodbye, and the Windrake appears to carry us home. But the world isn't ready for everyone just yet. Bartz and Kryle, exhausted after the battle, are too tired to hang on. As the Drake carries the 2 sisters away, their counterparts are left in the void. Are they undeserving of freedom? Yet another crystal's restored, and we jump to the Previas, who receive a letter from Lenna. Against a backdrop of the now saved world, Lenna details her and her sister's travels. How Ferris sneaks away from high society into her pirate life, in that the people of Bal are worried that there's no successor to the throne since Kryle remains trapped in the void. Which is a lingering question to the player. Are Kryle and Bartz really still trapped there? How long has it been? The letter confirms their continued imprisonment, as the Windrake and the Moogle still await Kryle's return, as Boko does Bartz's. But perhaps the most shocking reveal, it has been a year since that final battle, and Bartz and Kryle have been gone. This whole time. From there, we are provided a memorial montage of our 2 fallen heroes, a highlight reel of their best moments, which seems to confirm their deaths. Despite this, Sid seems to hear, "No need to be here yet," out of nowhere, which was said by the fallen Dawn Warriors as they saved our crew. The sisters return to our hero's resting place, but even with the world's elements back to normal, Lenna's sadness is undeterred. What victory is worth having if those who earned it with you are no longer there? Yet, it's Lenna's turn to hear a voice. Galuf, it seems, and just like that, rays of light appear as Bartz and Kryle drop from an apparent heaven. "It's not your time to join us here," Galuf's voice echoes, the older generation saving us once again. Bartz claims that, after the battle, he could see the sisters go until they were tiny little lights in the distance before dropping quite the potential fate. He says, little by little, he started feeling better, but that his father said it's not his time to join them in the void. See, I take Bart's feeling better as him actually slowly dying before Dorgan banished such a thought, ensuring that he survived and removed him from the void. But that's not to be Bartz and Kryle's fate, as they have a mission to complete, and that's to protect the crystals until the next generation can take on the mantle. Until our heroes can pass on the responsibility as it was passed to them. And finally, Bartz and Kryle get to experience the elements, the wind, water, fire, and earth, for the first time in so long. The crew then cheers on the player as the main theme plays to an end. Off they go to take on the world once more. Cute pixelated versions of our party roaming around behind the credits screen, one that actually represents the world's scale. We're treated to a beautifully animated cutscene of our four moving forward, hair bouncing in the wind as the Chocobo feathers react to the momentum. Truly a flex for the hardware at the time, portraying various angles and shadows as the crew continues. But that's not all. As a final celebration, we receive each character's final job and level, alongside a list of each ability they earned. This is about as satisfying as a Resident Evil end ranking screen, and it fits perfectly in line with the varied job sets each player is going to have. Imagine comparing your endgame screen to Friends at School back when this came out. Whoa, I didn't even know you could learn Zenonage, one might say. What's truly crazy is the 74 abilities available. I learned a range of 9 to 27 abilities for my party, with Lena having the lowest amount due to my pursuit of the red mage and focus on the black and white mage jobs afterward. Wild stuff. But before we conclude the commentary, let me blow your mind a bit. You're probably wondering why the hell Bartz and Kryl were trapped in the void. Like, what plot purpose did that serve? Turns out, the game's ending will vary based on who survives after beating Neo Exdeath. Those who died will remain in the void while the others live on, the former to be saved at the Guardian Tree 1 year later. Whoever escapes will affect who writes the letter, who's in the flashback. This gameplay-focused approach was so validating for me to find, as I could not for the life of me uncover a thematic reason for these two to remain trapped here. Man, this game deserves far more credit than it seems to get. What a great idea, merging story and gameplay to instill variety even in the ending. Now, here's something fun. Did you know that Final Fantasy V released within a couple of months of Dragon Quest V? Back then, of course, Dragon Quest was Square's competitor, being published by Enix, but V ended up holding its own against the more popular series, and I wonder how much of that was due to its non-traditional nature. I get the game's problems, I really do. Characters, despite their fun quirks and interactions, are largely one-dimensional. We're never questioning anyone's motives. Exdeath becoming a splinter to get to Ghido is ridiculous, but also kind of fits in with the lore. I've run it into the ground by this point, but he is a tree, you know. And I'd be lying if I said the story's convenient moments tarnish the experience due to how much damn fun I was having experimenting with the jobs, trying out new combinations to win battles in so many different ways. Perhaps I would have felt different back in the day, dreaming of what a sequel to Final Fantasy IV could be, only to play 5 and get a far watered down story experience, despite the improvements this game brought with it. It might also help knowing that revered games such as 6 and 7 are to follow, so I know I'll be getting some good-ass stories in my future, and had an idea of what to expect with FF5. But these are experiences I have no control over, considering I wasn't even born when this game was released. Yet I'm so happy it exists, and I can't wait to see how its elements are brought into future games. It really does feel like a culmination of everything that came before it, and it only makes sense that 6 is an evolution of this game as well, harnessing its gameplay improvements while elevating 4's writing, at least from the limited amount that I've played so far. From what I hear though, this is the last time Final Fantasy is this flexible with the job system, so I feel like I'll appreciate the game even more in retrospect. It's certainly worth playing and experimenting with, and better than the scum that is Final Fantasy II. Kidding, I'm just playing up the bit now, sorry. Kind of. If you study Final Fantasy V, I'm sure you can come up with the ultimate combo for each boss fight. When is the ninja's first strike best used? How can I maximize use of the Red Mage's dual cast? It's not something everyone will work toward, but just knowing this mastery and understanding of the game is possible. It's hard not to feel awe. It's so fun to see this character unlocked a new skill, and rush to the menus to read how the skill works. But ultimately, Final Fantasy V succeeds where most of the Final Fantasy games do, in telling the story of people. Final Fantasy is about more than being turn-based or not. It's often about people like you or me given fantastical powers and being thrust into fantastical scenarios. They're about what happens in between those fantastical moments just as much as those moments themselves. And it's easy to forget that. It's because of this human focus that I resonated with a game like Final Fantasy XV, probably because I was right around their age when the game came out. While Final Fantasy IV focused on the human side of royalty and power, Final Fantasy V focuses on just being a human. This is shown not only in that jobs aren't part of a character's personality, like in FF4, Bartz didn't build a persona around being a Dark Knight like Cecil did. His powers have no impact on his personality, he's just him. He's caring, hard-headed, and more than a bit innocent, but he's willing to stand up to kings and otherworldly beings, ninja powers or not. It's a funny contrast to, say, Resident Evil, the other series that I cover on this channel, which is more about ridiculous characters being put in equally ridiculous scenarios. There's not a lot that's relatable about Leon, Jill, or Chris. These are caricatures of humans, which isn't a bad thing, it's just different. Sure, I'd have loved it if 5 went more into its themes of environmentalism, maybe explored a bit more of Ferris' identity circumstances, could have dug into Bart's slight hesitance to participate in saving the world, maybe a whole arc where he struggles to live up to his father's legend. And what happened to Garula? Is it just gone now? Did we just kill this town's innocent pet? But the game's focus on these 5 main characters allows you to grow and adapt to them, which I appreciate. And the game isn't pretending to be this serious drama. I mean, the villain's name is Exdeath after all. Everything down to 4 and 5's handling of portrait arts is different. 4 featuring evocative, detailed drawings, while 5 zooms our characters out, likely to highlight each one's various job designs. Will I think of Bart's story as often as I do Cecil's? Probably not, but I will remember when I used Ferris' Golem summon while Galuf jumped into the air and crashed down on the crystals, Lena struggling to keep up as she committed to her red magic craft, and Bart's destroying enemies by throwing money at them. That experience is purely mine, and I'll always remember how the game broke everything open. Final Fantasy IV might be a better experience than Final Fantasy V, but Final Fantasy V is a more interesting game. It celebrates exactly what's unique about video games as a medium, and for that, it will always deserve a place amongst the greats. Thanks for indulging me. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It really helps the channel out.